That's why I tried to email you. So I don't. And I have a problem. Anthony was Section 3.
I'm sorry.
Anthony was Section 2.
Yes.
I'm Karen.
I'm Scott. Nice to meet you.
Nice to meet you. I'm the Florian's friend. I tried to talk to you on Facebook.
Okay.
Okay. I just wanted to say hi.
Hi. Good for you to show.
Mm-hmm.
Good to see you.
I'm glad that you're doing the live stream, so that's cool.
Thanks. I'm the chair kind of
Thank you so much.
Yeah, no.
Good evening. So a little bit of housekeeping. My name is Paul Murnichek. I'm the president of council. Just a few quick things before we get the meeting started. First off, our world-class clerk of council has asked me to read something. Tonight we are expecting more speakers than we would usually see at a committee meeting. The council office has placed a sign-in sheet at the podium for speakers to print their name and address. This will help the council office to record accurate and clear meeting minutes. We thank you for your assistance. I think we can all agree, we're not all blessed with easy to spell last names like Jordan. So if you can write nice and clear, your name, your address, then the council, you'll be able to speak. But this just helps them. They're not trying to decipher names. Also, I've been asked to remind everyone, if you can please silence your cell phones or put them on mute or vibrate. Okay, and with that, I'm going to turn it over. Oh, and also, we have a new council member to my far left. And there's nothing like the president. He chairs safety, so he's got a little bit of a meeting tonight. But I know we're all going to be professional and respectful as Ed Singer gets through his first meeting. And with that, I'll turn it over to my colleague, Councilwoman Kaylee Green.
Thank you. Okay, it is 6:03. We are going to convene the Building and Building Codes Committee meeting. The first item of business is the approval of the March 17th Building Committee minutes. I move to excuse Mr. Singer for the approval of the March 17th Building and Building Codes Committee minutes. May I have a second?
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Okay, I move to approve the March 17th Building and Building Codes Committee minutes.
Second.
Unfinished business, Mr. Jordan, Economic Development.
The economic development report was emailed to council late last week. I'll just go over a few highlights in the interest of time. Council's welcome to ask questions relative to anything that I may or may not skip over. The industrial section, most of those are existing projects that are currently under construction and making progress. New items under commercial, human being, obviously they've done some site work, however, the building has yet to be done. And there's some site work in engineering that needs. KFC is now closed. We have had several interested lease or owners for the site. I don't anticipate that that'll be vacant for very long. Jimmy John seems like it's taking quite a bit of time. However, they are through the building plans, are well under review. They're engineering for the site. They're just making some final alterations and submitting them to engineering. I did want to especially note the 118 acre site on Abbey Road, just north of the turnpike. You will be seeing some activity there. They're going to be brush hogging the site. They'll be cleaning up. Unfortunately, it become a site of some dumping, both from the business park side and from the Abbey Road side. So there's a bunch of broken concrete there, truck parts, tires, all of that is going to be cleaned up, and they'll market the site hopefully by the third quarter in 2026. But just be aware that that'll be going, if one of the neighbors asks what's going on there, it's just really cleaning up the site. We don't have a user for it. The Caddies has been sold at the corner of West 130th and Royalton. A new tenant is in there. It was actually an existing North Royalton business. Straight Line Auto Body has moved down there. Demolition work is ongoing next door. As council is aware, the Planning Commission approved the application to resubmit the assisted living site. New applications for the conditional use permit. The preliminary site plan will be heard at the May 7th Planning Commission meeting. The Gray Manor building, there's been some progress there. It was in foreclosure, a new owner bought it. They are trying to finish the building permit for the building. They only had a temporary certificate of occupancy. New power had to be relayed to the building and some additional site work. And the new owner intends to finish out that plan. That plan was submitted to the city, and hopefully they will finish the construction and reoccupy the building. The Valley Vista site, an important step is coming up. What they've submitted is the final plat, which is really where they subdivide the lots. And once council approves that, if they are going to approve that, they then can start selling the sites. And then once that happens, you'll start seeing construction in the summer. Chesapeake Drive is still under, the infrastructure improvements are underway. Albion Road still has not received their final approval yet. And Kimrose Place, we're waiting for some of the wetland delineation and engineering work back to the city. We did receive a new application for storefront. I just talked to the electrician performing the upgrade on the lights at Memorial Park. That work should get underway in the next 2 weeks. The CDSG, CDBG, there is, the city was awarded the CDBG grant for $150,000 to do the sidewalk from where they stopped last year under the old grant towards the turnpike. That work will begin and will be performed in 2026. The CDSG grant we're just mopping up from last year, what we did not receive it for this year. There is some CDBG money that was left unused by other cities that the city, they're doing a special solicitation. The city is applying for those funds for a section of road work on State Road north around the Royalton intersection. The other big news was that the city was awarded the grant in an amount of $230,000 from NOACA for the section of sidewalk from the Turnpike to Valley Parkway. If all goes well, we will, that award is in 2026. However, it should be managed by ODOT. The city will be contributing their match or the estimated match for this project, and they will manage it. Given the state's process, it will probably not occur, the construction, until 2027. ODOT, I haven't had an update from ODOT on where they are on starting the work on the section of sidewalk near Wallings Road on State. I'll keep you updated. Not a lot new on the Route 82 reconstruction. There is, just to make council aware, there are some areas, AT&T, and it's important, and it comes up later in the report. AT&T obviously is moving away from the copper landlines that went into everybody's homes, and they had and they're moving towards fiber installations. So the first part of the fiber installation is going to occur in the southern part of the city. We try to be specific in the report about areas. Many of your residents may call you with questions about what's going on out there, and that's what is there. We are going to hear their plan at the May 7th meeting. The other part of the program is they are in the process of discontinuing the copper landlines. They're going to meet with the city in the next week or so to go over how they're removing all of those lines from poles. And there's some equipment they have up there, and so they're going to decommission the old system. And then they're going to install a fiber optic system, and that's starting in the southern part of the city. So you see little flags out here, and your residents are asking about it. Those sections of the city that are noted in the report are being redone. I have not heard from the Metro Parks when they plan to begin the work on the Alex Springs project. Back to our utility pole exhibit under notes to council. I included in there a picture. When there's a utility pole issue, the first thing that happens usually is the power company comes out, because obviously a live wire of power and on an old pole or a damaged pole is very serious, and they usually take their power off first. They then lock the pole. They take off the top section, and then they leave the other portion there. And why they do that is the communication companies are all there. So AT&T, Spectrum, all those communication lines are still there. And then those people have to move to the new pole. And then once they're all migrated to that new pole, then they can remove it. So obviously, some of these people are competitors to one another, and they take years sometimes to move them all over. I have a rather complicated diagram, but we have a list, an active list of over 80 dropped lines. Those are what I mean by drop lines are actually the communication lines mostly that are low hanging or wind around a pole. I've got about another dozen or better poles that need to be removed by the city, or not by the city, by utility companies. But they can't do them until all of the other lines are there. So I have actually, we did make an effort during the winter with our inspector and myself. There is a regulatory agency, PUCO, and the Department of Commerce. I made complaints to them concerning the lack of response from the various utility companies. I made a lot of friends doing it. And as a result, they are moving. And I know that 10767 Ridge Road, that I know by heart, that Councilman Korjank and Marchek have contacted me about, we're very close to getting that particular one removed. We've had 6 removed over the last 2 months, which is really half of the list. Spectrum was going to make a 2-day effort and bundle all the North Royalton issues into a special job. But then we had those 2 windstorms back to back and they postponed it. And they're going to try and reschedule that and reduce the list by a substantial amount. When council does call in and notice that either there's a drop line or a damaged pole, on the pole there is a pole number. Please use that because it's very confusing. Someone says the intersection of Wallings and Ridge. There'll be 4 different poles plus the traffic signal poles. And sometimes there's a pole within 100 feet of it going each way. So the pole number is very helpful. And then the nearest address is 2. That way we could try to best turn it into the utility companies. None of them are here in North Royalton. We're supposed to be the experts about where the location, what the specific issue is, and then they more accurately respond. So to do that, I appreciate it. Does council have any other questions concerning the economic development report?
Yeah. Just real quick, it's more of a housekeeping. There's a lot of seats up front. I see there's people standing. If you'd like to come sit down up front, I think we also have some chairs in the back that are still stacked. We want everyone to be comfortable. So again, we're not going to ask you to, vote on anything if you come sit in the front. It's not going to turn into you volunteered for something, but just please feel free to come sit. I did one piggyback comment on what the economic development director mentioned because it's a mistake I made. Don't use Google Maps, potentially, if you're looking for an address, because Google Maps addresses can be incorrect. And I sent one in using Google Maps, and it took a little bit longer for the proper pole to be identified. So the number on the pole, please make sure you got the address right, because Google Maps is not always correct. And it was the one at Ridge and Wallings. So if you send these in to us, please give us that information, and it makes it a heck of a lot easier. I know this is one of my pet peeves. You see damaged poles, leaning poles, or wires that have just fallen. Thank you.
I do have a question. With the Pavilion Nursing Home closing, do we know what company is taking that over for the permits and the inspections and everything for that?
We could tell you from the building report who the listed owner is. Usually an LLC. I can get you that information, but so there's an owner of the facilities. It's typically true in most care facilities, and then there's an operator, and the operators we get to know here in the city. So I think your better question is, I have a feeling, is you want to know who the operator
yes.
is. Yeah. So we'll try to get who the operator is.
Thank you. Go ahead, Mr. Coleman.
Thank you, Mr. Jordan. With respect to AT&T replacing copper lines with fiber, are they going to the homes or are they just working at the poles?
Currently, they're only talking about removing some of the infrastructure that is in the right of way. And they have to come to the city to get approval to manage it. And if they're in the right of way for a long period, they have to do a traffic management plan.
Okay, great, thank you.
Go ahead, Mary.
Are the sidewalks on State from the Turnpike to the Parkway, are they gonna be on both sides?
No, it's only, I believe that number that you see there only pays for the one side, which will be the west side. It's very expensive. The next section, I know they were sure that the grant that we received, $150,000 for the section north of the Turnpike, will cover it all because there's a huge stormwater ditch and the grade changes are quite severe. So in order to do those, they gotta put a culvert, they gotta culvert in the drainage and then change the grade, and probably also some of them have trees in this area. So it's a pretty tough area to get through. So the ODOT one, they'll come up with the money to finish it. The one where they give me a set amount of money to use, I'll try to make it get as close to that bridge as possible. And there'll be more updates from me as design moves forward.
Thank you.
Anyone else from council? Anyone from the audience with comment for building and building codes? We'll move on to new business. There's one item, ordinance 26-71, accepting final plat and dedication of Valley Vista Circle within Valley Vista subdivision.
That was what I mentioned earlier, was that the final plat has been submitted, and that will subdivide that new subdivision into the lots, and then it'll be sent to the county with ideally the council's approval.
Any discussion on this matter? From the audience? Okay. I move to remove this from building and building codes agenda and move to the council agenda. Do I have a second?
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
With that, 6:19, I move to adjourn building and building codes.
Seconded.
All in favor?
Aye.
Thank you, Mr. President. If in 6:20, I will bring the Finance Committee to order. First item on the agenda is approval of the previous Finance Committee meeting. So moved. Do I hear a second?
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Ayes have it. First item on the unfinished business is the monthly finance report, including tax collection status. Jenny?
Thank you. Council received on April 14th, the January through April distribution for Rita, and I provided a little email with a summary of that. And then we also closed March. Everything is operating pretty much within the budget. Our department heads are doing a good job. I don't know if anybody had any questions on anything that was sent out. If you'd like to go over anything.
The income tax is down a little bit from last year, right?
It is.
Yeah.
It is. Yes.
And property too?
No,
Property
property
tax?
tax, we're actually a little over budget.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay.
Distributions.
But it was about 500,000 less than last year.
For income tax, that is
Okay.
correct.
Don't get too comfortable with that property tax.
I am very worried about the property tax.
I see we have a school board member in the audience, I'm sure they're aware there's a proposal to eliminate property taxes, and that could have,
Very negative effects.
thank you.
Yes.
Next item on the agenda is overtime.
I'm sorry, that page. Okay, so for overtime, as we discussed a few times, some of the budgets are a little higher only because per contract we have to pay in January, so those remain. Otherwise, we're functioning, we should be through March at 25%. Overall, we were at 24.59%. So overall, we're operating within our budget for overtime.
Thank you. The last item on unfinished business is staffing levels.
Yes, so I provided council the detail of all the staffing levels from 2019
Yeah, I was gonna say 20, yeah.
to 2025. We pretty much stayed overall the same. I know this was requested to be stayed on the agenda, but I don't know if there were any other questions or.
Anybody on the council have any questions on it? I'm gonna make a motion that we remove this item from the agenda. So, second,
Second.
all in favor?
Aye.
All right, number 3 is city staffing levels will be removed. Going on to new business, the tax advance notices.
Yes, we did receive notice and I wanted to let council know right away, and then something just came yesterday. I was out of the office on vacation, so I did provide the updated letter. We will no longer be receiving advances from Cuyahoga County. They're saying with everything going on, they will only be providing the 2 required, which is in March and August. So thankfully for us, this is not the biggest issue for us. I mean, we still want to make sure we get our March and August payments, but to not get advances, it will be okay. But I did want council to not know about this, so that's why I provided all the information in case anyone had any questions.
Thank you.
Of course.
Moving on to item number 2 under new business is ordinance 26.
Excuse me, are we going to remove that from the agenda?
Yes. Mr. Chairman, can I make a motion to remove tax advance notice from the agenda?
So moved.
Second.
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Under new business, ordinance 2670, amend fixed asset policy.
Yes. Okay, so when I was working on the audit, I had come across that within the gap conversion, anything that is estimated useful life of 10,000 and over, we depreciate. So it actually came about with regard to the senior center that building improvements was only listed in the audited statements at 50 years. So then I pulled out the fixed asset policy and realized, oh, there's no range. So I talked to our gap team and then I also talked to the auditors, and what I wanted to do was to update the classifications so it would be more accurate, because the depreciation for 50 years is not accurate. So I made a couple different recommendations with regard to estimated lives. And then also while doing this, I thought it was important that there's a concern that we are tagging items for $100. And although I want to make sure we keep track of every asset we have, it's becoming overburdensome for not only my staff, but all the departments for 100. So I'm requesting that we change the 100 to 1,000. We still want to make sure we track and keep track of everything, but what's happening with 100, I mean, a court board right now is, we're just becoming, it's just becoming too exhausting of a list even for us to keep track of. So those are the 2 changes that I'm looking to have in this ordinance. So I didn't know if council had any questions or.
Any questions on one of them?
We're tagging these things that are $1,000 or more for what reason?
So we want to do it for a couple reasons. One, we keep track of it so that way when we are selling it, we know exactly what that asset is. But also we want to make sure that it's hopefully a deterrent of theft. But it's also that way we have our records, the departments have the records, we can run reports. It's just a very nice, concise thing to make sure we're tracking everything.
Okay.
So, Mr. Chair, I mean, it sounds like we're just making a common sense update. $100 used to be a bigger threshold, and now, I mean, I'm guessing, I see the fire chief nodding. You probably have a lot of things that are $100 in that range that now you'd have to put a tag on.
I think this helps the department heads work on that because, like I said, I'm not gonna put asset tags on cork boards. And that was one thing that came through, so. It just doesn't make sense. I mean, we have to move forward in that. And,
Yeah.
But again, what it does is any piece of equipment that is broken, we actually report that back. So our inventory is as good as possible. And then when we put it on Gov Deals, if you remember.
Yep.
We started Gov Deals, about 8 years ago. Before you, I started that with our previous finance director, and we've been very successful in the outcome of getting money back for junk, I guess, per se. Some of the equipment that is not even working, some of the police cars, some of an old ambulance that really has no life left. We're getting some decent money from that, but we're able to remove it from the inventory, and actually it works better for us and it's less work that we don't have to track reports, I guess.
Okay. Any other questions? Okay. I make a motion that ordinance 2670 be removed from the finance committee, sent to council for approval. Second. All in favor?
Aye.
So, okay, to council goes, welcome. The next item is ordinance 2672, then and now per ordinance.
Yes, so council does see this ordinance quarterly. It is per ORC 5705.41. Any purchase order issued for 3,000 or more, that requires a then and now stamp has to be detailed. So the detail has been provided to council, so this is just something that is an audit requirement.
Any questions? I make a motion that ordinance 2672 be removed out of finance to council for approval.
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Ayes have it.
Thank you.
Next item on the agenda for new business is amending appropriations.
Yes, I don't know if council wants me to go through it, or you guys have specific questions, or what you guys.
Does anybody have specific questions? Usually future agenda items we're going to have. If it's very good, or if not, we can reach out to.
Madam Finance Director, pretty commonplace stuff, and is there anything?
The only thing that I would say is out of the ordinary, but council had discussed it, is with regard to the salt barn.
Right.
So that was a transfer from the general fund and the SCMR fund, the 211 fund, in order to cover that cost.
We had a pretty robust conversation, I think, in Streets Committee about that, so is everyone comfortable? All right.
Make a motion for 2673 to be removed from the finance committee to council with approval.
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
All right, to council opposed. The next item on new business is ordinance 2676. We're going to table that, leave that in the finance committee that's dealing with salaries for the council president and council members. We can bring that up later on for discussion.
Not table it, just leave it on the agenda.
Absolutely.
But we'll be placing it on second reading.
Correct.
Correct.
The last item on new business is ordinance 2679, the 2027 alternative tax budget.
Yes, so this is something that is required by Cuyahoga County and through the state. The big thing to remember is that it does not have to follow our budget for next year, so when we propose our new budget, this is just an estimate, and it really shows Cuyahoga County that we as a city need our real estate taxes, and so it provides them the ability to see what our expenses are, our estimated expenses, our estimated revenues. That way, in order for them to collect our real estate taxes for us. So I did provide a summary of what everything was, and it pretty much matches everything in the 2026 budget. And then I provided detail of all the differences that vary from the 2026 budget.
Anybody have any questions?
Yeah, it just came to me that
Yeah.
now the budget commissions have potential authority to cut back on property taxes if they feel it's excessive.
Yes.
Could this information be used in making that decision?
Well, every city would be giving the same information, so
Right.
I don't see our, the budget that's being presented, especially with the general fund, is showing, actually a deficit in the general fund, so I don't see them having a problem. In my opinion, I can't speak for the budget commission, obviously, but it's not like we're growing leaps and bounds, like if we're operating within the revenues we have, I would say, that would justify that of receiving real estate taxes. But you're right, it's always a worry. I've been following.
Yeah, that's kind of crazy.
Yes,
Thank you.
of course.
Any questions? Okay, make a motion that ordinance 2679 be removed from the finance committee and sent to council for approval.
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Council it goes for approval.
Thank you.
Does anybody have anything else they would like to discuss in the finance committee? Anybody in the audience have anything they would like to bring up or discuss? Quiet being acceptance, we will adjourn the finance committee at 6:32. Do I have a second?
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Thank you.
Safety and safety and
Okay.
So we'll convene the safety committee here at 6:32. The first item of business is the approval of the March 17th, 2026 safety committee minutes. And I have a motion to excuse myself from the approval of the March 17th, 2026 safety committee minutes.
So moved.
Is there a second?
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
May I have a motion to approve the March 17th, 2026 safety committee minutes?
So moved.
Is there a second?
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Minutes are approved. So before we start here, I'm moving on to the unfinished business, which starts with the police and safety report from Chief Tarase. Can I have an update?
I'm gonna come up to the podium.
Yeah, sounds good.
Do you need the screens up? Yes. While we're working that, you want to go to the state of town?
Sure.
Chief Shaken, your visual please.
Yep, well, while we're getting this set up, we'll move on to the unfinished business number 2, the safety town update from Chief Shagan.
Yeah, I spoke with the schools last week. We're at the site. We are waiting on the for them to stripe the pavement. That is weather. That's two things. It's weather dependent, and it's also employee dependent. Whether they have other things going on at the schools. That we are doing it in house. The school stripes their own parking lots and are able to do this project too. So, in order to save money, we opted to utilize their services. So we believe we should be able to get that done in the next 30 days. The goal would be to then be able to have Safety Town at that location this year, before even the buildings are put up, but it would just be instead of using the lot behind the middle school. So it'll be kind of a dry run for us. We'll be able to use that pavement and not have to worry about painting two pavements. We did order the building materials. Those are on order right now. We have gotten some of it in. Some of it's back ordered, so we should have that in the next 30 days as well. And then we are working on the signage, which includes all the sponsor logos. We did have a few sponsors pull out, so we're hoping to work on this throughout the year, but have it at that location. Everything's still up in the air regarding this year's Safety Town, which is in June. We're moving, and hopefully we'll have everything complete sometime by the summer months.
Thank you very much. And while we're still getting stuff here, I'd like to move on to the fire report from you as well, Chief Shagan.
So last month we mentioned that we were a little bit down in runs compared to our record year of last year, where we ran only 291 runs. All that ended really quickly. March was the busiest month we've had. So we're back up to normal. We're back up to where we were run volume-wise last year. And the only thing I gotta say, the significant runs that we've had, we're starting, it's that time of the year, we start seeing a lot more of the field mulch wood type fires. And we had a significant one a couple weeks ago. And you wouldn't think that with all the spring weather being so saturated that we'd still have that, but the last one we had, we kept going out 3 times because as much foam as we put down, as much water, it was still smoldering some of the dry wood that was there. And these are trees that are 50 feet high that were burning 6 feet up at the top. So, be very careful when we're discarding. And again, we do have no open burning in the city. So please review the ordinances to your residents as well. We've also had a lot of vehicle accidents as well in the past month. So usually in the springtime, people roll down their windows, get and enjoy the rides through with the great weather. But we also have a lot more accidents. We've had those. We've assisted on a fire in the turnpike. Again, we do not first respond to the turnpike. We are called if either Broadview Heights or Strongsville needs mutual aid, and they did. So we were able to supply them from Ridge Road down into the area of need. We're kind of where we were from last year, so our run volume was consistent. Mutual aid we received 6 times. We gave 5 mutual aids, so there's nothing out of the ordinary there. And then a couple mutual aid house fires that we went to in Brunswick, and then we had that garage fire last year. So that's about the significance of our run volume in that. As far as the rest of the fire report, our new Medic 2 will be going online very shortly, so that would then have a 90-day completion time for once it gets on the line. We'll go down halfway, and this is in Columbus. During halfway to do an inspection, we did a pre-inspection already, and then of course the final inspection before we bring it back up, outfit it, and hopefully I would like to see that in service August, give or take 30 days from there. That will replace the one that's at Station 2. That one will now become the second line out at Station 1. Again, we run 3 medics, 2 out of Station 1, 1 out of Station 2. And then the 4th medic is the reserve, which will need or use as needed. Under today's agenda, it's on the second reading, we had the pickup truck for the fire department. That is to replace the assistant chief. His old unit will then replace our utility 3 pickup truck, which is used for the field fires. So we're kind of utilizing both trucks still, and then we'll sell the 2009. So anyone looking for a really good 2009 Ford F-150, it's in okay shape. That will be on Gov Deals. Probably in about 6 months. We have about a 5 after we will place the order tomorrow. They said it's about 5 months out. We did have our Lieutenant Joe Wilkes was sworn in this month to replace the lieutenant that retired. As far as the hiring, our civil service test is next week. We did have about 35 applicants, which is the lowest we've ever had. We've always been hovering around 75, 80 for the past few years. So, and then we also have some lateral applications. So that process will start about 10 days after the test, after the protest periods for their test questions and their scores, and then we'll start the interviews. The hydrant painting program, you will receive either tonight or first thing tomorrow morning the map of where we'll be. We are in year 6 of that program. The first 3 years were the main roads. The 4th year was half main, half, and then we started getting into the residential neighborhoods. And then last year was year 5, and then this year, and you'll get that map, will continue in the residential neighborhoods. The completion of that program should be another 2 years after this. Next year, 2027, we will complete everything north of 82 will be done. 2028, we will finish up the ones we did not get south of 82, and then a discussion will have to be made whether council desires to paint the the streets or the hydrants in the private streets. And those include apartments and condominium complexes. Cleveland Water does maintain those. We service them, but as far as painting them, that would be decision that council can make moving forward. After that, then we're just gonna evaluate the main roads again. I think 7 years, those of you who have been on council for quite a while know that the first year we did it, previous to this program, it did not go well because we just had 2 high school kids with a paintbrush and a wire brush, and the next year they didn't look good. These are looking still good after 7 years, the main roads that we did. So that's where we're on that. And then our fire department will start the maintenance of those, where we start from Ward 1 through Ward 6, the flushing of the hydrants. On our Facebook page, you will get the updates of where we are daily. So every morning you can check that to see what streets we're on. And that'll start hopefully next week. And our safety fair, our annual safety fair is going to be May 16th from 10 a.m. to 2 p.m. And again, we will have our same safety people there. Our administrative assistant, Kathy Sello, is the coordinator of this, and she does a fantastic job. And those of you know, we pack them in, and we appreciate it if everyone comes out and hopefully gets a safety lesson with the hot rod. Other than that, we're still working on a couple of the grants, the BWC grant, the FEMA grant. We're still struggling with that one, just trying to get back from what we did for the SCBA's that we got $300,000. We still could utilize some of that, but it's on their end, and it was a clerical error on their end, so now we're just waiting for them to get their stuff correct so we can spend some more of their money. So, and that's it with the fire report.
A question to the fire chief, and you may have mentioned it, is the plan still to do 250 hydrants this year?
That's correct.
Approximately?
Correct.
And we have a total of what, 2,600 in the city?
It's about almost 2,500 now. So.
And to your point about the private roads, would we have the ability to have them contract the company directly?
Absolutely.
Okay, because they might want different colors.
We would prefer that they would.
Of course, but we could contract, they could.
Utilize the same specs that we have for the city.
Right.
I would not probably go with the color.
Okay, I see your point. And then with regards to the safety fair, is there still a planned?
Helicopter?
Yes. Yes.
I knew where it was going.
That's how you know he's been around me a while. He knows this.
Yeah.
It's Paul's way of saying helicopter.
So Gary and Paul, I think we did this, we know it's a helicopter coming. Yeah, it's unfortunately based on their run volume, we missed them a couple of years, but that's still on the agenda, so yes.
So those of you that maybe have children, please try and attend. It's
Any of the newer residents, we started this 26, I'd have to ask Kathy. I started this, and after a few years, I got promoted to lieutenant, and I gave it to her, and then she just took it to what we see here, and she's done a phenomenal job of putting that together to get all the safety partners that we get there, and I just can't thank her enough for organizing that whole thing, but for everyone that comes out, our sponsors and all the people, and our local pizza shops donating. There's just a lot of good organizations and good people that put into this, so it is a good event, so thanks.
And Bill, also any questions for Chief?
Yeah. How many fire hydrants are in the apartments and condos? Do you have any idea? Roughly, or?
No. Out of 2,500, if I had, because you have the ones on 82, you have the ones close to 130. I mean, we'd be looking at, maybe 300. Okay. But then you also have Somerset, you have Hampton Club, Sunrise, Independence, the Greenbrier, and these are just off the top of my head. So the map that I send you, council, and Helen, I'll send that to you so you can post that as well. The streets that are in red are all the private ones. The ones that are in blue are on the list. And I believe that map is on our city website for anyone who wants to look at that map. Anything that's in red are the private streets.
And I had a question about the lateral transfers, because there's a wage, we have to have an ordinance about the wage scale being changed. So I wanted to clarify how that's different than the past.
So we started this with the police department. Actually, they started first. We latched on afterwards, but with the numbers that were dwindling, it just gave both departments an option to look at quality candidates. So our last test, we had over 75, I believe it was close to 79. So that's a great number. I know a lot of departments are going to the national testing, so we don't have to give that test. I never had to go that route because we had the numbers. Now that we're down to 35, it's something I can look at. There's another city that is doing something different that I'm going to look at as well. So we're going to, at the end of the day, we just need good quality candidates to fill our positions. So that's where we added the laterals in as a potential. So we have a civil service list and we have the lateral list. The legislation you have in front of you, is that tonight? Okay.
It was part of an MOU.
Yeah, it was an agreement.
To this current contract, that was not then put into this contract.
Yeah, it was agreed upon the previous CBA, and it did not, it was an MOU before and during the last CBA. It was not put in the current CBA. So as we're moving forward, it was noticed, so that language had to be put in there. And when we start negotiations this year, we'll make sure that's all cleaned up. and
Oh, it
it's in
just
there.
was an oversight, it wasn't in there?
Correct. It's in the civil service rules,
Yeah,
so we just want to make sure it was in both places.
yeah, CBA is collective
Collective bargaining
bargaining
agreement that all
Yeah.
unions, police, fire service, and the other two that we have in the city.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Anyone else on council have any questions? And let's move back to the police and safety report with Chief Tarase.
Thank you. Emailed the council the stats for March. I don't know if there were any questions on those before we get started.
Do you have any questions?
Okay. On October 12th, 2025, I was notified by Lieutenant Cutler that the night shift had arrested the deputy chief from Orange Village for suspicion of OVI. And so those kind of arrests bring questions, whether from the media or from the mayor, kind of high profile cases. So October 12th is a Sunday morning. So I logged into our record management system to read the report. So I had some information in case I got called that day about it. So I logged in, I read the report, and I also watched the body camera and dash camera videos from the arrest. And since then, there's been a lot of reports as to what Lieutenant and I allegedly did or didn't do. I kind of want to go over those things this evening. So just I'll kind of show you our record management system so you guys have an idea of what I'm talking about. So this is our record management system. This is Sundance that we use for writing our police reports. This one here is the reporting question, the arrest of Patrick O'Callahan. So like I said, I Sunday morning I come in and I read the report. And as you can see across the top, there's a number of tabs on there. Kind of goes from 1 through 17 there. Some of the ones that may get confusing here is we have a narrative and a supplement tab. So really, the supplement is basically the meat, the actual report that the author writes. Narrative is just a brief description of what the report is. This e-storage tab is all the documents that are associated with this report. Now, normally, you would not find the reporting here, but in this case, the sergeant, when he reviewed the initial report and approved it, he saved it in here. And as you can see, that's number 2. It says first police report. You'll notice the time. It's October 12th at 9:48 a.m. D. Waters is the sergeant, and he's the one that approved this report. Yes. Yeah.
Is that in a PDF form? It can't be changed.
So this one is in a PDF form. If I were to go into the supplements tab and read the report that way, it is not in PDF. So I can show you the two differences. So this is, how it looks within the tab and not in the PDF version. So if you went to print it, it's going to print out in a PDF. So it says print supplement, and that's basically what the sergeant did, but for the whole report, and it comes out in a PDF.
Is it preserved in the original form once it's in the system?
This is the one, like I said, we get back into the e-storage thing, the one from the 12th at 9:48 a.m. That's the original one. Like I said, that's why I want to pay attention to the time, 9:48.
And are there audit logs for people who went in and make changes? And if so, are they read-only audit logs or are they immutable? Or who would we have the ability to change those logs?
Okay, we'll jump ahead.
Sorry, we're jumping ahead, that's okay.
So in this admin options, this is where the supervisor goes and approves the report. And down here, there's a report history. Now, report history is only available to sergeants and above. Patrol officers do not have access to the report history. So this is a review only report history. And this is for the report. Anytime anybody has gone into the report or done anything in this report, it is logged here. These are columns, you can expand them. So you get the date and time, the action, of what was done, and more of a description of expand it. You can expand it out and tell you what was done, who was in there, and what computer they were on at the time. Like I said, this is read only. There's no way for us to print it, export this.
Thank you. That was my question.
I said this right now, has the current one where I just logged into the report. And it begins when the officer first starts the report, creates the report, it starts there. So, like I said, everything that's done within this report is shown in the history.
There's plenty of seats up front. You can see the screen better.
So what I wanted to point out, like you said, when the supervisor approved that report was 9:48. So he had gone over it with the officer, he approved it at 9:48, and you can see on here that the first time I go into this report is at 10:26 a.m. So it's already after the report was approved.
Can we just let the chief finish so everybody can follow the process and then we can ask questions? I think it'll be easier for the chief and then everybody else instead of him jumping around so nobody gets confused. Is that fair enough? Thank you.
Okay, so this is the version that the sergeant saved in PDF that you asked about. So this is what it looks like when the report's printed out. Okay, so this is Officer Lowe's narrative of the arrest. I don't know if everybody can see it. If you can, I ask you to read it. If not, then I guess I'll have to read it out loud. But this is, we need to know what the original report says to deal with the rest of it.
If you exit on that side bar on the left, you should be able to zoom it up a little bit.
I'll be here anyway.
Oh, thanks.
Better? Hold on, we can do one more. There's also something over there.
Can everybody see it? All right, I'll give you a chance to kind of read it and I'll scroll through it.
I can't read that fast. I don't know about you guys, but I can't read that fast. And I'm an old man, I know, but I can't read that fast. Thank you.
Is everybody done? Okay. So after I read this report, I had a few questions about it. First of all, in this last paragraph, it's usually where the officers put in all their charges and whatnot. And as you can see in this last paragraph, or anywhere in the officer's narrative of this report, does he mention that he charges Mr. O'Callahan with the felony firearms charges. So his question is, when I was reading, well, did he charge him with that or not? It's not listed in here. So that was a question that I had about that. I'll go back a couple other things in here. In the narrative here, he says in plain view in the rear seat of the vehicle, he observed a police duty belt, and that they did a probable cause search based on that. In the very next paragraph, he says he saw his duty belt under a uniform shirt. So was it in plain sight or was it hidden under the uniform shirt? That's another question. So, other questions I had for the officer when I would see him on Monday. Once again, we've all, most of you have probably seen his body camera footage. Like I said, after I read the report, I went and watched the dash cam and the body camera. And if you can look at this first report, he describes the driving of the vehicle, a sweeping right turn, traveling into the left turn lane of Royalton Road, going left to center a couple times, and speeding in excess of 60 miles per hour or the officer was to catch up to the vehicle. So what I'm going to do next is I'm going to show some of the beginning of the dash cam video, only a few seconds of it from the time he observes it to he actually gets it pulled over. When I do the video, just kind of realize that it's going to start right away with Mr. O'Callahan's car. Okay, that's his car there. The upper right corner, you can see the officer's speed. It's kind of hard to see. So he was going from a stop to catch up to the car. Now, he claims to have paced the car at 55 miles an hour, but at least that's what he was cited for. At no time does Officer Lowe have a consistent speed of 55 to be able to pace going downhill around the curve.
What was the speed limit?
Speed limit is 25 when you turn on 82, and within a couple hundred feet changes to 35 miles per hour. Once again, this is an officer starting at a standstill to catch up to the vehicle that had a decent head start on it in the first place. So it's hard to tell what an accurate speed of Mr. O'Callahan was traveling.
He was going over 35.
I was drunk and had a firearm.
Alright, so let's let the chief finish his presentation first. We'll have time for community engagement towards the end of this.
Oh, yeah.
Okay, so if you guys are watching again, sweeping right turn or right turn into the left turn lane. Don't see it on the video. Claims of where Mr. O'Callahan allegedly went left to center again. You don't see it on the video again. So my questioning was, the report is not matching what's showing in the video. Not that it didn't happen. This is when I'm looking at the report on the initial day. Not that it didn't happen, but what he wrote did not match what the video showed. So the problem we have is a badly written police report that was approved by the sergeant.
Okay, hold on, she's finishing, please.
So that was October 12th, October 13th. It's a Monday morning, Columbus Day. Courts were closed, but when I came into work and the lieutenant came into work, I had him read this report and review it, and he had some of the same concerns that I had about it and how it was written. So, looking at the video and the report, questioning whether you had violations to make a traffic stop, I asked the prosecutor to review the case. Along with the body cameras, yes, he had a firearm on him. That's not denied. But I also had questions on the search of the vehicle where the officer found two other firearms. So my concern is for looking out for the department, is whether we conducted illegal searches of the vehicle and if we had probable cause to actually stop the vehicle. And this is what I had the prosecutor look at. That was Monday. He was unable to review it on Monday due to some computer problems. So he came to the station on Tuesday, the 14th. He reviewed the report and he reviewed the video. and he said he would get back to us later in the day on a ruling. During that time, Officer Lowe responded to work. He went and talked to Lieutenant Cutler about his report. Lieutenant Cutler had some criticism of the report and gave him some ways to improve his report writing, which Officer Lowe then went and corrected or adjusted his police report. Basically, in the parts where the viewing the duty belt and the reasons for the searches. But nowhere in his last paragraph or anywhere does he mention anything about charging Mr. O'Callahan with the felony. So Tuesday afternoon, the prosecutor gets back to me, tells me that we're not moving forward with the felony charges. So I advised the lieutenant about that. And here, another tab is the offenses tab. So it was here in the offenses tab that the felony was removed, just from the offenses tab. These are just the charges that were going forward. Nowhere did we change the narrative or any other facts in this case as reported.
Could you just show the audit log again on the who removed the or changed the offenses tab, just for the benefit of the room? Thank you.
I thought he didn't do that. I thought he didn't charge. But you said it's on the report.
Order, Mr. President.
Yeah. But let the chief finish.
Apologies for the size of my brain.
Right there, 14-220 charges done.
So just to clarify, the charges were put in the report somewhere. They weren't in the narrative portion of, or the supplemental portion of the report. I might be using the vernacular wrong. And then after review from the county prosecutor, that's when you or the lieutenant was recommended to remove those charges.
This was the city prosecutor though.
City, okay, thank you.
So that was 14th. On the 15th, so 14th, we were waiting on the prosecutor. Officer Lowe had gone home for the day as we were waiting on the prosecutor's ruling. On the 15th of October, Officer Lowe sent a complaint to the mayor that we altered his report without authorization, basically claiming that the lieutenant and I committed felonies. Mayor contacted the law director, and on the 16th, Thursday, Lieutenant and I were notified via email that we were being investigated. From that point forward, for the next 6 weeks during the investigation, I had no contact with the mayor or the law director on anything. So running a department, not being able to speak to the mayor or the law director on any issues outside of this. So we participated in the investigation that was set up by the city, which concluded that the report was issued beginning of December by Mr. Hoflick, which has some contention by many that don't agree with it, but it had all the facts that I just laid out to you guys. I'll back up a little bit. So in October, towards the end of October, all this, of course, hits the media. Just before we get started there. And I do not know Mr. O'Callahan. I never met him, never spoke with him. I don't know anybody from the Orange Village Police Department, never spoke with anybody from the Orange Village Police Department, and still haven't. So the story hits the media, and while we're watching the media reports, a couple of documents are shown on the media with Mr. O'Callahan's information that was unredacted and should have been redacted and would have been redacted if properly released by the department. So once the city's internal investigation was complete regarding Lieutenant and I, in January, the mayor authorized, before we get there. So this complaint that the FOP and Officer Lowe sent to the mayor October 15th was also sent to the county prosecutors, the sheriff's office, I believe, and Bureau of Criminal Investigations, BCI. My understanding at that time was none of these agencies wanted to investigate this or did not see anything to investigate at the time. City conducted their own investigation. After it was over, the union was unhappy with it, and they were still asking for the county prosecutors to look into it. Lieutenant and I were actually wanted anybody to look into it. We didn't feel that we did anything wrong, so we were willing to have the county prosecutor, BCI, sheriff's office, whoever, to come and investigate it. And after the city's investigation was done, we asked all these agencies again to conduct an investigation. And none of them wanted to do it. I was notified by the county prosecutor's office that they even referred this complaint from Officer Lowe to the FBI, and the FBI also declined to look into it as well. So that's when the mayor, we were left with no options on finding out who released the records without authorization. So the mayor authorized an internal investigation, which had to be done by our internal affairs because nobody else wanted to do it. During that investigation, it was found that Officer Lowe, along with Sergeant Rybicki, had gathered documents without authorization and released them outside the agency without permission.
Prove that.
In violation of 40-some policy violations. That investigation was handed to me. I immediately recused myself from any part of making any determination because I was subject at time of the investigation. I was interviewed as well, and it was sent to the mayor / safety director. Safety director reviewed it. He recommended discipline for termination and demotion of the sergeant. They were provided that information. They had their hearings with the mayor and have his ruling has been finalized. Mr. Lowe has been terminated and the sergeant has been demoted to patrolling at which time they have requested binding arbitration, and that process will go forward from here. Any questions on this from council first?
If I may, Mr. Chair.
Yeah.
So I know there's a lot of individuals in the audience. I've been doing this 16 years. I've always been very proud of when we have a packed audience, people act in a very professional manner. You will have your chance to speak, okay? Just please let us go through this. Let's remain civil, and then the audience will be able to speak after we're able to have our questions and dialogue. Everybody comfortable with that? Thank you. Thank you.
Please respect the other person that's voting,
Yeah.
talking over them so everybody can hear what they have to say. Thank you.
It's all yours, Mr. Chair.
Does anybody else on council have any questions for the chief?
I have a question. There's another part of the report called the narrative, which is just a brief summary of the charges, correct?
Yes.
And was a felony gun charge in there? Is it his?
I'll show you that. So that's all the narrative says, right there. So like I said, the report history of audit logs is read-only for the department. We can't print them. We can only take screenshots of them. So early on in the early on in this process, I reached out to Sundance and requested they give us the audit logs because we couldn't do it ourselves. So they took my request and they provided the audit logs downloaded. What they did was they put it on a flash drive, delivered it to the department. That flash drive was immediately given to Lieutenant Redrup, who is our internal affairs investigators. It was placed in a sealed envelope signed by him and another member of the department and was not opened or viewed until after all their interviews were completed. And like I said, this is what we got from Sundance. It looks different than what you saw that we could view in the report history. This is an Excel spreadsheet. That's how they provide it to us. It has the same information as the report history. And when you go to the narrative, here, it's going to have two parts to this file. I'll scroll down here in a minute. You're going to have the narrative portion and then the supplement portion, and you can see what each, just like the other one, who was in it, what they did, if anything. So when it expands out here, this is the actual officer's report. You can see who was in it and who did anything with it. Now, if you go through each of these versions, and I think there's 20 some in each version. The last paragraph, which is what we were accused of changing, is the same down to the punctuation and spaces as reviewed by the officers that did the investigations. And as you can see that in this, The only ones that were in there that made changes were Officer Lowe, Sergeant Waters. Patrolman Bunge he had a supplement to the report, so that's the only one that's in there for him. But as you can see, I'm not in there doing anything, making any changes to it, or Lieutenant Cutler.
Well, my point was, in the narrative, the felony gun charge wasn't in the narrative, is that correct?
It's on the narrative tab, yes.
So was that deleted?
Oh, and you can see right
Okay, I mean,
here.
I can't see all that,
I'm
but
sorry.
I believe you.
It was never changed, it's still there.
Okay.
Like I said, the only,
So even though he thought it was deleted from his last paragraph, it was still in his narrative?
it's still there. Like I said, the only change that the lieutenant and I, or lieutenant made on it, was taking it out of the charges tab. That was it.
Any other questions from council? All right then.
I'm not quite done yet.
Yeah.
So while I'm here addressing everything, since I really haven't had a chance to speak on anything over the last year, because we're letting the process kind of play out, I kind of want to address council and members of the community. And I appreciate the opportunity to speak tonight. For over a year, a number of allegations and criticisms regarding my leadership and the operations of this department have been presented publicly. Many of those statements have been repeated without full context, without supporting documentation, and in some cases, in direct contradiction to the facts. Tonight I am here for one purpose: to correct the record. As Chief of Police, my responsibility is not to make decisions that are popular, it is to make decisions that are lawful, responsible, in the best interest of the public safety in this organization. That responsibility requires enforcing standards, making difficult personnel decisions, managing risk, ensuring accountability. Those responsibilities do not change based on public pressure or internal disagreement. There's been a repeated claim that staffing levels have been dangerously reduced. That claim is not accurate. The department has maintained approximately 20 patrol officers consistent with prior years. What has changed is the shift structure, not the total number of officers. Temporary adjustments to minimum staffing were made with limited circumstances to manage operational needs without necessarily canceling approved leave. At no time has this department operated without coverage, and at no time has public safety been compromised. Several decisions have been presented as reductions in service or capability. That characterization is misleading. Traffic enforcement grants were discontinued because they were not being properly executed and were not producing meaningful results. The K-9 program was discontinued after evaluating low utilization, ongoing costs, and legitimate legal concerns. Pursuit policy was updated to reflect modern standards and risk management following incidents that exposed officers and the public to unnecessary danger over minor offenses. These decisions were not arbitrary, they were deliberate, informed, and necessary. There have also been claims of fiscal mismanagement, including the suggestion that equipment has been purchased and not used. That is incorrect. The department has invested in equipment, trained personnel, maintained operational readiness. If certain tools are not being deployed, that is not due to a lack of availability. It is due to decisions at the supervisory level regarding their use. There have been no documented unmet equipment needs brought forward. Allegations of a hostile work environment have also been raised. What has changed under my leadership is this: policies are enforced, standards are applied consistently, accountability is expected. For some, that represents a significant change, but enforcing standards is not hostility, it is leadership. Employees have been provided opportunities to raise concerns through meetings and the chain of command. In many cases, those opportunities were not utilized. Several individual personal matters have been discussed publicly, often without full context. I will not discuss private employment details beyond what is appropriate. However, I will state clearly, investigations were conducted through proper channels, including human resources and the law department. Decisions were based on evidence, policy, and documented conduct. In multiple instances, public claims do not align with the findings of those investigations. Personnel decisions, especially involving probationary employees, are made to maintain the standards of this department. What is most concerning is not disagreement that is expected in any organization. What is concerning is the repeated presentation of partial information as fact, creating a narrative that does not reflect the full reality of the situation. When incomplete or inaccurate information is repeated often enough, it can create a perception that is not supported by evidence. That is why it's necessary to return to documentation, facts, and objective review. Despite these claims, this department continues to respond to calls for service, support this community, operate professionally and within the law. My focus remains unchanged: public safety, accountability, responsible leadership. I just want to kind of add in that, I find it a bit disconcerting that since the officers and the residents have tried to remove me from my position and have been unable to do so to this point, that they want to take it out on the mayor for supporting me in my administration. In closing, I welcome scrutiny, I expect accountability, but accountability must be based on facts, not assumptions, not incomplete narratives, and not repetition of unsupported claims. My decisions have been consistent with my responsibilities as Chief of Police, and I stand by them. Thank you.
Thank you, Chief. Anyone else on council have any questions for the chief? All right. Well, in that case, I'd like to move towards audience participation here. I think with the amount of people we have here, I'd like to limit the time at the podium to about 5 minutes so everybody can say their piece, everybody who wants to. And is there a
So, Mr. Chair, would you like me to keep time?
Yes.
Again, I think as I mentioned at the beginning, there's a sign-in sheet. You could just clearly write your name to help our clerk and her assistant, our deputy clerk, keep track of who spoke. I think we have a few individuals that filled out a form. Do you mind if I just read it, Mr. Chair?
Yeah, go ahead.
Okay. So the first one I think we received was Sam Cruz. Mr. Cruz?
I don't know.
Pardon me?
We'll both go up, but.
Okay. Two for the price of one?
Yeah, but mine might be like 10 minutes, so you know, but we'll make it work.
You got two for the price of one, yeah.
Well, that's 2 times 5.
I'll give you one moment here.
I don't want to go over like it might be 2 minutes to get this done.
He's
hiding.
Nicole, if you wouldn't mind, while you're setting up, would you mind if someone else? Is that acceptable?
I mean, just have to plug it in, but
All right.
it should be pretty, it's all ready to go. Do you mind if we take one light switch, just so we have power there?
Yeah, the monitor should kick back on, but yeah, ma'am, would you mind? Let's keep trying.
There you go.
That better?
Yeah, I just don't want to glare on the TV, as long as.
Just so you're aware, there's the monitor that's behind council as well as the monitor to many of your right.
Was the TV turned off?
Nope, it's not.
Want to turn it off?
Nope. No one turned it off.
Unless one of those switches to off or on.
No, the lights are set.
Very nice with the monitors.
Go for it.
It's still on. Oh, it's still
I'll
on.
read mine.
Oh, go ahead, do you wanna go, Rich?
Yeah.
Yeah, Rich can go on.
Okay.
The TV is on.
All right, so we're gonna call a quick audible here. Rich, if you mind, give your name, address, if you wouldn't mind signing in.
Rich Harrell, 10651, Danny Road, North Royalton, Ohio, 44133. 63 years resident. Thank you very much. I'm gonna sign now.
No, yeah, we go.
Ladies and gents, council, the mayor, law director, gee,
Rich, just
where is he?
just from a structural standpoint, you know, just direct it to us, please.
You're directed to the mayor too. First of all, mayor, law director, feel free to leave for any sidebars you both might need with anyone in the audience, like you did 2 weeks ago. While someone was here speaking, you got up, and it speaks volumes of how you believe, how you treat, and what you believe when we come up here to talk. We are here to address concerns, and boy, do we have them. Don't worry, I'll wait till we get back. So Officer Lowe notices a car speeding and going left of center. He pulls the said car over and suspects driver may be impaired. Driver has a hard time speaking clearly. Driver asks he asks him about a firearm, and he asks about doing a sobriety test. Answer is no on both. No breathalyzer, no sobriety tests. He finds a firearm in his right front pocket. He comes to find out that the driver is the assistant chief of another city. He asked to just drive home. The driver asked just to drive home. Just right over there. Then starts name dropping and talks about wanting privilege. Now, assistant chief should know the law. Firearms and alcohol is not a no-no. But see, he's an assistant chief. He can get out of these things. That's where it gets muddy. Officer Lowe writes his report. Somehow, some way, his report gets altered. Was he asked to confirm anything? Did he enhance the report like one of the officers we had done previously, who went to court? Sounds to me as if he removed a potential safety hazard in 2 ways: a drunk driver and a drunk with alcohol and a firearm. Next day, rumor has it, he reported to work, and after 1 hour was sent home. The report was altered while he was gone. It comes to his attention his report is altered. Because there is no trust in his superior officers, he takes it to the safety director And isn't it convenient that the mayor knows it personally? Because the mayor is the safety director. More mud. Safety director, mayor takes it to the law director, and let's have an investigation. Law director is just the right guy. More mud. Come to find out, investigator may be close to our law director. Maybe a relative or maybe a close friend of a relative. While he's still in so the chief is still in his office while this investigation is going on. More mud. Comes back with no wrongdoing by the chief, but the arresting officer will be investigated for obtaining his original reports. No trust asks the superiors so he asks the sergeant for help. Fired for what? Fired. We're already short 5 officers, and chief, you say it's hard to fill spots. Think? Who wants to work here? Who wants the headache of you and the safety director / mayor undermining and ridiculing their job? Mr. Safety Director, Mayor.
Hey, Rich,
You are?
you're at about 5 minutes. Are you coming in for a landing?
We're going in for a landing, all right.
I know.
To my union brothers in arms, stand with your brother. Stand for one another. If it happens to one, it can happen to all. Officer Lowe deserves answers. Officer Lowe deserves his job back. Sergeant Flo deserves her rank reinstated. And I'll give you the rest if you want it.
Yes, please.
Thank you very much, Rich.
Yes, please. Are you able
Really couldn't because it knocked down.
Thank you for being engaged in our community.
I didn't get to read the whole thing.
We'll stick around. You can go a second time.
Maybe I might do that.
I believe Sam and Nicole, are you ready?
Yeah, we're pulling it up now because, sorry, my, going on. All right.
I'm gonna be like 10 minutes. All right, good evening. My name is Nicole Cruz and I reside at 7972 Highview Drive. Tonight, I'd like to walk you through portions of body camera footage. I presented some of this before, but with many more people here this evening, it's important to review it again briefly and with clear context. This time, I'm starting earlier with before Officer Lowe's direct interaction with Deputy Chief O'Callahan at the point where the incident begins and the traffic stop is initiated. So, as Chief Tarase has already gone over this with you, but I'm going to do it a little bit more extensively. All right, so
Screen's over here and over here. I don't know what that thing's doing.
right. What you just saw was Deputy Chief O'Callahan making a right-hand turn from Bennett Road onto Royalton. At first glance, it may appear to be just a fast, sweeping turn. Maybe not, maybe you don't see that. You didn't see it, it's fine. But there's an important detail. First off, the dash camera on these cruisers is on the right side. It's on the passenger side of the vehicle. It's not getting the same angle that the officer's getting or that you would get from the center of the vehicle. That's something that hasn't been brought up here. So Officer Lowe's view of the roadway and the lane markings was a lot more clear than what the camera fully captures. But with that in mind, perspective matters, and it's critical that we keep that in mind as we evaluate this footage. So I'm going to slow it down a little bit here.
So he's all the way in the middle of the lane.
Excuse me, I'm talking. We were told. No, we were told.
All right, and I don't mind cutting anyone off, but direct it this way.
Okay, we were told not to interrupt. I asked the council and nobody up here
course,
interrupts
of course.
us. But I support the people if they want to speak up with me, that's fine. Okay.
Thank you.
Great. Here, you can clearly, Here, you can clearly see how wide that turn is. Here it is paused for you. The vehicle crosses significantly into the opposing lane. Fortunately, there was no oncoming traffic because if there had been, collision would have been likely. At this point, I'm going to pause it, well, I already did, so you can see its position. This alone provides reasonable suspicion of impaired driving. That is reason number one for a traffic stop being a reasonable thing to happen here. So we're going to continue.
Cross there, right there. Oh, I've been down that hill thousands of times.
Okay.
And you go slow
So,
down that hill.
as we know, going down this hill, it's 25, turns into 35 miles per hour.
I turned my,
Turns into 35. So speed is the next factor. Based on the timing and distance, Officer Lowe had to exceed 60 miles per hour to catch up within seconds of being behind. I get it. He was at a red light, had to catch up. So I don't know if anyone, including this investigator or whoever, did any research on how fast exactly O'Callahan was going, but I did. So I contacted a systems engineer manager in computer vision engineering who did all of the math for us. And I'm happy to, I only have one copy, but I don't know how to read this. It's very complicated and confusing. I'm happy, I will share it, I promise, but there's like symbols, I don't even know what they mean. Yeah. Can you just, oh, sorry.
I'll tell you what, how about, Nicole, do you mind if I go make copies?
I don't care, yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
I'll make some copies. Actually,
She wants to fix Alright, so while she does that, yes, it is proven that he was speeding. I think when an officer becomes a police officer, I know they go through training, they learn how to tell if someone's speeding or not. It's a bummer that our police chief, prosecutor, mayor, whoever, who said this was a weak stop, couldn't trust that their officer maybe saw that this man was speeding. I mean, everyone here can see it. Did the math. I mean, it took me a day to figure it out. He was, and I don't have it in front of me, on average between 45 at one point going down that hill. So, all right. So that's reason number 2, he could have been pulled over. Now, I want to reference Ohio Revised Code section 4511.39, which governs turn signals. This is something that has not been brought up. The law requires that a driver signal continuously for at least the last 100 feet before turning or changing lanes, and only when it is safe to do so. So prior to getting into the turning lane, 100 feet prior to going into the turning lane. And I would confirm this with the safety director if our mayor were here, but it's not, again. So 100 feet before you get to the turning lane, you have to turn on your signal. Prior to braking, prior to reaching that turning lane. This is just where I got it. That's what it says. Pause real quick. So it says that if somebody does not do this, they're guilty of a minor misdemeanor. Okay. But still, that's the reason I get pulled over. Or follow real quick? Alright, so here on the screen, you can see that is where the lanes, the turning lane comes into effect. It starts to widen there. I even gave them a few extra feet, because it actually widens further back. But as we're gonna play it, you're gonna see there's no turns in the line. Nothing, nothing, nothing in the turning lane. There it is. In the turning lane, already braking, no turn signal, finally turns it on. So that is reason number 3. He could have been pulled over. So chief, mayor, / safety director / actually, I don't know if the mayor said it was a weak stop, but our law director said it was a weak stop. So chief said he didn't see what Officer Lowe saw in the sweeping right turn. I don't know how you don't see that. I really, really don't. All right. So this is the arrest we were told was weak. I'll be direct. Residents are capable of evaluating this on our own. Authority alone does not make something true. Now, something that I wanted to address with the mayor serving as safety director, having no background in safety, never being a police officer or having any history there, military, nothing. That's a problem to me. So, let's see here. That raises concerns. We've also been told that there's no bias in what's going on here. Well, I'm missing a page here, but extra page in there. All right, well, we'll continue on here. Does anybody here want to see the rest of the traffic stop?
Yes.
Okay.
Yeah.
All right, so we're gonna continue with that. I already went over it. I'm not gonna speak throughout it. This is to show that this man was completely impaired. Make your own decision, but our law director right there said that it was a weak arrest. So chief said it was a weak arrest, and our prosecutor said it was a weak arrest. So you make your own.
I'm also the North Royalton Police Department. You know I stopped you? Coming down the hill, you were definitely speeding, then you went left to center, right there in front of Advanced Auto, and then while you were coming down the hill around the corner there, you were also left to center.
Okay.
Where are you coming from tonight?
Coming home.
Where are you coming from?
I'm home.
I understand where you're going. I'm asking you where you came from. Deputy Chief for Orange County? Where's that at? Huh?
Orange? In, right?
Just what?
County.
Okay. How much have you had to drink tonight, sir? That's not much.
Sam will skip his turn. You got an hour.
Okay. All right, sit tight. Deputy Chief for Orange and he's drunk. Dude, it's just my wife. No, it is a bad thing. It's a terrible thing because it keeps getting all these A1 people that are making poor decisions that shouldn't be making poor decisions. I want to say that. Hey Patrick, can you step out of the car for me, please?
I live right here.
I understand that, but you kind of put me in, you put me in a bad spot.
So I realize this could be dangerous.
You know
We have
exactly
Sam
why.
speak and then we can finish this after.
We're coming down the hill, it was like 15 hours, we went left to center.
That's all right, we can wait.
Is everyone comfortable waiting?
Yeah. Okay, step out of the car. Don't grab for please. Step out of the car. Yes, I'm serious. Step out of the car, please. Where's your firearm, man? Don't reach for it. I'll get it.
I know it's a her speed, I know it.
Let's walk back here real quick, please.
I didn't do anything. I live right here, so that's fine.
All right, listen. I don't I don't like this at all, okay? But you put me in this situation to make a decision.
I did.
Yes, you did. You decided to drink and drive when you know you shouldn't have been. All right? So I'm gonna ask you to run you through some field sobriety tests to make sure that you're okay to get home.
I'm right here, but you know that.
I'm aware of that, and as you've told me several times already. Okay, sir? So, are you going to consent to taking field sobriety tests?
No.
Okay. So, as you are aware, and everybody else is aware, that if you don't do these things, then I have to make a decision based off of my observations, as you are already aware, correct?
What's your observation?
Low slurred speech, red, glossy, watery eyes, you're speeding coming down the hill, left to center. It's on camera. It's unfortunate, but those are my observations.
Okay. You know I live right there. Oh, we heard.
So you don't want to take any field sobriety tests. You don't want to provide a breath sample to prove that you haven't had anything to drink tonight.
Well, Jimmy Kimmel. All him. I'm literally fucking.
It's really quick. Body camera perspective is Officer Zahersky in this situation.
No, Steve Zahersky. Hello, Steve. I can't see your rest of They broke into, you guys probably weren't even here, but they broke into, what's the place next to,
I knew it was going to get very well. I guess. If you didn't know, you would do a look, there's people. I mean, I think we take much back. So big call that's right. That's gonna do this. You guys know what we got.
Who's second from my home? I'm really sorry if I did this. Yeah, we are too.
You know,
I don't kill, I don't.
I'm sorry about this as well, to an extent, but again, you put us in this position, all right?
But I'm here.
Again,
I understand.
I get it. So, you know, you're not giving me a whole lot to go off of, because I'm asking, you're telling me that you feel comfortable driving, apparently, correct? I understand that, as you stated numerous times already. But what I'm saying is, if you think that you're okay to drive, then you should be able to perform field sobriety tests, yes? Or at least provide a breath sample to show that you're not under the influence of alcohol, correct?
But I'm in this place.
Could you answer one or both of those questions for me, please?
All right. Well, there's our week stop and week arrest. All right, I'll finish up here. So we've been told there's no bias, you know, everyone's independent, no one's working together. Well, we did a little digging. Pause. All right, campaign finance records show multiple financial contributions from the law director, prosecutor, and magistrate to the mayor, to our mayor, over several years. This is just one that I pulled up. I literally looked for like an hour. I found several $1,000s donated to the mayor from the law director and prosecutor. I don't know what else is out there. Is this illegal? No, but it's relevant, and it raises reasonable questions about independence and objectivity. Finally, I want to touch on communication with the public. Residents previously asked why comments were disabled on the city's Facebook. We were told it was due to harassment from someone constantly messaging, as Chief Tarase stated, you know, they took comments off of Facebook. Well, recently, 4 days ago, I believe, a post about this very situation was posted. It allowed comments, and in just a few days, hundreds of residents responded. Why was the comments on for this? Did we think we were going to have a different outcome? The overwhelming majority expressed concern, frustration, and a desire for accountability. The response speaks for itself. I do have other questions, but maybe someone else can ask them. I will say the charge was deleted from the report. He said that. Why was it deleted? Is this something that normally happens? Usually it goes to court, prosecutor drops the charge. Why did we go in and delete it from the actual report? Okay, that's what was said. All right. Also, why is there a school resource officer on administrative paid leave while under investigation while we were told, law director, that's not how we do things?
And again,
Okay.
I apologize.
Law director said we don't do things that way. When someone's under investigation, like the chief was, they continue working. I don't know anything about what she's going through. School resource officer is on paid administrative leave while undergoing an investigation. There is a bias here. If you don't see it, come on. He didn't see the sweeping motion. Come on. Don't let them pull the wool over your eyes.
No,
it's obvious. All right, thank you.
And just further being engaged. If I may, because it's not hard to find, I've received donations from those 3 individuals as well. And so it's just, but what I'm saying is, I want to be transparent. It is.
It's not illegal.
It's right, but again, and I'm not looking to have this be a sidebar, but I just want people to be aware. I've received donations from those individuals. I've also been blessed to receive donations from many other individuals in the room. So I just wanted to put that out there, so I'm being transparent.
It still
Yes,
doesn't
you're
look
Susan
good.
Mitchell.
I'm Susan Mitchell.
And you are at 8001 Highview Drive.
Correct.
Okay.
And no matter what, we know that it's not illegal, it just doesn't look good. So that's.
I wasn't gonna sit here and not acknowledge.
That's fine.
My
We'll
overseas
look
campaign.
you up when we get home. I'm here to, and I'm gonna read this, just it's better, I'm gonna stay focused. I'm here tonight to, no. I'm old, but they still work. I'm here tonight to express concerns regarding transparency, trust, and the safety-related decisions being made by our mayor. I will say, I am extremely disappointed that he is not here. You know, this is, you know, you suck it up. That Jace is here. I will say this weakness to me. So, and I'd like to congratulate the current city council members. I sincerely hope this council will demonstrate a higher level of professionalism and maturity than what we've seen in the past. I've listened to the city council meetings. It was pretty upsetting and disappointing. My 10-year-old granddaughter acts better than that. My first concern, one that is not new, is a situation involving the chief of police. And I appreciate that he did all of that, but again, it's kind of a he said kind of thing. He's saying certain things, and one of the questions I have as a sidebar is, did they go back to the arresting officer, Officer Lowe, and at least say, hey, this wasn't in here, because they can amend those reports. But let me go on. What was presented as an unbiased investigation did not appear to be impartial. True transparency requires that the public is aware of relationships, including friendships and political donations connected to the mayor. That's why we reported this. While these relationships may not be illegal, they raise serious concerns about political and potential conflicts of interest. Just want to know that. There also remains a need for further investigation into the removal of Officer Lowe and the demotion of Officer Rybicki. In my professional experience in the business world, hiring and firing decisions are based on an individual's ability to perform their job effectively. Given that there has been a vote of no confidence in the current chief of police for some time, it is concerning that the mayor continues to support him over the concerns raised by members of the police department. I did speak with the mayor. It wasn't a pleasant conversation. And I said, put him on administrative leave with pay. I don't care. But it's difficult to be unbiased when you have the individual right there. These issues raise serious concerns about trust and, more importantly, about public safety. Leadership should prioritize what is the best for the community, not what benefits personal relationships or political alliances. Safety is a significant concern not only for me, but for many residents. Over the past month, we have spoken with numerous North Royalton residents who share these concerns about decisions being made and their impact on the safety of our community. Additionally, the police force appears to be understaffed. I am going to still question Tarase's stating that it's not. When multiple officers are tied up responding to a single incident, it raises an important question. What happens if another emergency occurs? Why are we unable to fully staff our police department? It appears the mayor is not adequately addressing these issues, which is deeply concerning. When speaking with the mayor, he stated he attempted to meet with the officers to express their concerns. My understanding, as obviously I was not there, that the mayor brought cameras and they did not have the union rep present. So the officers declined to speak, rightly so. That was not, he did not come back to do it the way that they requested. Lastly, I do not believe it is in the best interest of our community for the mayor to serve simultaneously as both mayor and safety director. I don't know what the city council's, the members' position is on this, or if you have any say in this, but this is a conflict of interest. And as Nicole said, he doesn't have the experience to be doing this. Regardless of whether additional compensation is involved, this dual role presents clear conflict of interest and limits the ability to provide independent oversight of the departments responsible for public safety. I hope the council members will take meaningful steps to ensure greater transparency and reduce conflicts of interest moving forward. Thank you for your time.
So I think my position on him serving as both is well known, but I want to get the finance director to confirm. Mayor Antoskiewicz receives no additional compensation by serving as safety director. So,
It doesn't matter.
I know, but I understand your point, but I just wanted to make sure, again, there was a clarification.
That's not the conflict.
I get it, and I apologize, I get it. I just wanted to make sure that if there was a question, he does not. All right, anyone else? Mr. Beck? Okay.
Spectacles away here, so
Spectacles?
Mike Beck, 6673. I guess we should have read this first, just so everybody would be safe and aware. This is a quote from a previous meeting that we probably should have led every meeting.
and I'll direct my comments up here.
Talking to the mic.
So this is a quote from the law director. I just want you to be aware of that, so that to the extent that anybody that comes up to the microphone and wishes to speak and be overtly critical, in particular in a manner that might raise a question of litigation, does not have the immunity that you have, you being the counsel. So that did happen. And he was directing that comment to all of you. So if you come up to this microphone, be aware of his intentions.
And if you could direct your comments again, Mr. Beck.
I'm just trying
I
to
know,
make
but-
sure the other citizens are safe and not opening themselves up to litigation by the city of North Royalton for expressing their views.
Can I
Does not exist.
can I
In
address
this
that
room.
real quick?
Mr. Beck.
I'll let Mr. Beck finish, but let me.
No, I'm speaking now, so
Okay,
wait,
Chief Tarase, you'll go next.
and I'll let you have your chance. I'd like to have a chance to accept your flag. Thank you. So the mayor has made this city unsafe. And I'm going to read slow because I made a whole bunch of notes here while they were talking. And we have lost trust in his authority to lead. From my vantage point, this is a failure of leadership across many levels. They left the accused, the police chief, in charge of the evidence he is accused of. So they left him on duty. The mayor was both the person a whistleblower was to report to and the judge to adjudicate their case, ending with the termination of a great officer. There are so many unresolved issues with the department. The officers gave the chief a vote of no confidence to the tune of 80% of the force. Now, they just want to sweep that aside as a bunch of junk, but if any other organization in the entire world had a vote of no confidence, even half of this, heads would roll. Tell me you would not lose your job if at least 50% of your employees said, we don't trust this man. Well, even 50%, 50% is bad. 80% is abysmal. And this is a travesty in and of itself. But the mayor tried to address the issue, and we already spoke about this, until it got difficult for him, and he quit, leaving those officers to live with the issues both on the road and in the department. How can they focus on their jobs when the people who are tasked with looking out for them refuse to do so? Then came the arrest of the deputy chief from Orange. The chief gave a very informative talk, and I appreciate it, but seemed to contradict himself in many previous statements as well. And this is where I have to kind of figure out what I'm doing here. And then so he contradicted many official statements, quotes, and even our own eyes. So which are we to believe? I say if the chief thinks the report was written poorly, then I ask, why did it get past the officer and the immediate supervisor? To me, that is a lack of leadership. If the officer and his supervisor do not know enough to write that report, then who is to blame? It goes up the chain, and that's what leadership is. The mayor described our group, Accountability North Royalton, to the paper as a bunch of disgruntled retired police officers. Just a bunch of disgruntled old police officers out there. Yeah, we're disgruntled. We are. Our group is disgruntled. We are angry that the mayor, the law director, and police chief are working to allow high-ranking officials drive drunk in our town. And that tells us, laws for thee, not me. So we're disgruntled, but we're not solely retired police officers. Let me tell you who we are. There are some police officers, and we have spoken with many retired police officers who are disgusted by what they see here. But our group is a true American melting pot. We are led by A husband-wife team, small business owner trying to juggle raising their children, operating their business, and gathering signatures when they have just a second. And those two, let me tell you, if you have kids, you can see through the inconsistent official statements for what they are. They're inconsistent. We have distinguished veterans from all eras who know leadership failure when they see it. We have grandmothers, mothers, fathers who know that drunk drivers are a danger to our children. And it is often the innocent victim who dies in a drunk driving crash, not the drunk. No, Mr. Mayor, if you were here, I would address you directly. We aren't just a bunch of troublemakers. We are your constituency. And we demand a police chief and mayor that we can trust to keep us safe. In our eyes, you have lost our trust. In closing, I call for all North Royalton citizens to sign the petition and recall the people who failed to keep this city safe and demand the reinstatement of Officer Lowe, Officer Lowe.
Mr. Chair, with your permission, I'd like to go to the Chief of Police. I know.
We'll continue with.
Mr. Beck spoke, the chief had wanted to speak, and I think we had said that, I know, but I'd like to hear his response.
Go ahead, people, my turn.
No, still.
You don't want me
Well, I thought, first of all, I thought when I was up there, we were gonna do questions, if they had questions, I would address them instead of on my back was to them earlier. But just a point that's been brought up a couple times of what was interpreted of Mr. Kelly was saying when he made that comment to council and to the people that were here, he was not threatening litigation against people who were coming up to speak. He was actually giving them a warning of what they said. They're not protected from defamation lawsuits, not from the city, but from individuals.
I think what you're referencing is we enjoy a level of immunity. That you're saying we enjoy a level of immunity when we're speaking in our official capacity.
That's what he was
The
saying.
general public doesn't have.
The public doesn't have it, and it wasn't, litigation coming from the city. It could come from other parties as well.
We'll play the audio.
All right.
I know, you just quoted it.
Yeah.
That's what he was saying. You misinterpreted it.
And again.
He was giving you a warning to realize it.
He's sitting right there. Excuse me, but if you're speaking from the audience, it does not get on the record.
Yes, it is. Oh, I'm sorry. I think the chief was still.
Oh, wait.
He was giving you, without saying legal advice, without giving you legal advice to protect yourselves. That was it. That's what he was saying. He was not threatening you guys. Because if any lawsuit would come, it wouldn't be from the city, it would be from any individuals. Whether it's myself or Lieutenant, that you guys want to make defamatory comments against us without providing any proof of anything. Secondly, I said, since you brought it up, you guys keep bringing up this over 80% and no confidence. I'd like to see that number because I'm pretty sure the math doesn't add up on that.
Oh, I'm sure
So-
it does. I'm sure it does.
Let's okay. And again, we're doing a great job staying organized, respectful.
Well, I mean,
everyone else will have a chance to speak, but let's let the chief.
Look, everybody's got the same thing, so let's address what was brought up.
Sure.
Okay, they want answers, transparency, let's do it. 80%, so 34 patrol officers, sergeants, so that would be 27, over 27 voting members of the union would have to vote in no confidence. Now, I know that's not accurate because I know at least 7 who didn't vote or weren't given the opportunity to vote on the no confidence vote. Secondly, this was done by SurveyMonkey, and this link to vote was sent outside the department. So individuals from other cities, non-residents, also voted. So let's see what the totals are. Is it more than 34 votes? Because that's all the max it could be, and I know 7 that didn't vote. So that's that. Inconsistent statements. I don't know what inconsistent statements they're talking about, since I haven't spoken on this issue for over a year, allowing the process to play out until everything was public record. So I don't know what inconsistent statements I might have made.
I have a question.
And
Shouldn't the office-
I know. Wait a minute, with all due respect, Sam, do you mind if she goes next? Go for it. All right, so after the chief, wait a minute, ma'am, I'm sorry. After the chief is done, then we'll go to you, okay? All right, you can sit up front. Chief? Are you concluded? All right, if you give your name, address, and do you mind signing in?
No, I don't.
Mike comes down too.
Here. No one signed it.
Oh.
Nobody signed this.
You have it on the record.
I know, but it's
I'm
just.
Jane Polanski. I live at 7505 Andover Lane, North Royalton. I'm an RN. And I have a question. If that officer would have let that drunk go that night,
And you can direct
he
it
killed
again.
somebody.
I'm sorry, yeah, direct it, it's right here.
If that officer let that man go that night, and he killed somebody under the influence, what would have happened to that officer?
I don't have that fired, right?
I want that answered. Would he have been fired?
It can't, it's an if-then statement.
I take it for
There's no way that is wrong.
by a drunk driver. Who's responsible if they let him go?
But they didn't let him go, did they?
But they certainly let that go.
They didn't let it go.
He didn't get a DUI.
He got a DUI.
Yes, you got.
He was,
But I think he was arrested, correct?
He was arrested.
Okay.
and he was
For no
carrying
count.
a weapon. Carrying a weapon, which is a felony. If you're under the influence and you carry a weapon, it's a felony. Why was that dropped?
Okay.
I'm angry. I had a cousin die from a drunk driver. This is a shameful. This is our city. We pay you all. You work for us. It's about time you all stand up and to that officer, give him his job back.
Okay, and Russell.
Just one thing.
I'm sorry, I didn't mean to bring.
There was one time that Tom Kelly told me, I asked him a question, he said, young lady, I can't give you legal advice. Why would he randomly come and give us legal advice? Just in case you go up there, you can get sued for whatever his words were, you're subject to litigation. This is, we all know, you all know what he was trying to say. He's like, careful, you might not want to do that. Okay, we're not dumb, come on. As far as the drunk driver, yeah, he wouldn't have let, I mean, clearly Chief Tarase would have let that officer go. He would never have pulled him over because he said there was nothing in what he saw in that video that warranted getting pulled over. He said it was a weak stop. That's what I'm getting. Would you have pulled that, can I ask you, would you have pulled him over?
Sounds like no.
Once again, it's if.
Okay, based on the video, would you have pulled him over?
Based on that video, from what I saw and what I observed in that, I would have done a little bit more investigation on that. Like I said, we can go ahead and stop the video.
How would you have done investigation? By pulling him over or not?
No, officers follow vehicles
He
across
was
the
pulling
city.
into his development. He was drunk. He admitted he was drunk.
You don't know he was drunk. He didn't admit he was drunk.
Wait. I will bow out here. Nothing else needed to be said.
Thank you, Nicole. Thank you, Ms. Price. Is this gentleman, are you coming to speak for the first time? Yeah, do you mind, Michael, do you mind if he goes? Thank you.
Good evening. My name is Dale Slobaski. I live 9533 Brushwood Lane, Strongsville, Ohio. So my question is, The guy who got pulled over was a police officer. No different than you or me or anybody else. We should all be treated the same. The law states, is what I understand, that if you're found to be drunk and carry a firearm, it is a felony. I don't care what was written on the report, it's a felony. That's the law of the state of Ohio. So, if the officer didn't put a felony written down on there, like I own a business, if I see one of my employees made an error, I correct him. And that's how we get better. So my point is, justice for all. That's all I got to say.
Thank you. Excuse me, sir. I'm sorry. Would you mind just signing in? I think there's a. Oh, you did over there?
Yes.
Oh, and fantastic.
I did it by the book.
You did it by the book. I was.
Let me just, flag something that the chief
I mean,
asked me about.
would you be comfortable if there's individuals that wanted to speak for the first time? I mean, again, we're not going anywhere.
I mean, I think he interjected here and made some accusations, so just like to reply to those real quickly before.
We're all fine with it.
All right.
Michael.
Again, Mike Beck, 66732 Circle. So the chief did mention here that, how did he make any contradicting statements? So the thing that the chief needs to try to understand is that the city speaks to the residents as one. So the mayor speaks to the city. The law director speaks for the city. So even though the chief did not speak for the city spoke. And some of the contradicting statements that they made was they're allowed to change things. They have discretion to delete stuff off of things. And the chief also mentioned that like the biggest thing I saw there was he was mentioned, I can't find it, but anyway, so the issue is that there were official statements made that he is contradicted. And so when it comes from the law director or comes from the mayor, he is speaking for the chief, especially as the security director. So he needs to understand that he has to keep his story straight with what is already said, or then we can say that his statements are contradictory to what has already been said. That's the clarification. Thank you.
This gentleman has wanted to come speak a few times now.
Who?
You.
First time.
No, I'm sorry.
I'm gonna come from a different angle here, because I'm a current officer with North Royalton Police. I don't want to go back and everybody.
I need you to speak in the microphone.
I wouldn't come on me. Alright, here's the deal. Most of us, Sergeant John Stolarski, North Royalton Police. Born and raised in North Royalton. I do not live currently in the city, but I've spent my entire 30-plus year career at this department. And I would ask you to really take that into consideration. We've been here every day. This is a great city for people to come to live in. And a big part of that is because of our safety forces. Okay, so all this through the mud, I heard a 63-year resident through the mud all the time, right? Yeah, this is not gonna go away until people stand up. Okay, and I'm up here, I didn't anticipate speaking tonight. I'm up here to be a voice of reason. There's so many inaccuracies. I will die for each and every one of you in this room. We've all raised our right hand to defend the Constitution. Every officer, every first responder is willing to die for people we don't even know. So to sit back in that room back there, in the back of the room, get my blood pressure up, I want to hear some facts, okay? So let's address a few of these. Everybody keeps saying we're at a dangerous minimums. Okay, well, I'm in charge of the recruiting and our team in the interviews. We take a great deal of pride in that. We got down as low as 30, 32 officers. We're currently at 35 officers. We have 5 offers out there that have all been accepted. We have no shortage of people that are trying to come here. Can we get them over the finish line? That might be a different story with the psychological and everything else. We have no shortage of people. Fact number 1. Okay, that would get us to 40, unprecedented. We've been there before, but over half my career has been spent more like around the 32 number. I didn't bring my readers because, again, I didn't think I was going to speak. Like I said, you have a right to be heard. This is fantastic. You will not find a bigger constitutionalist than me and fighting for freedom all the way through COVID. You won't see me wearing a mask or any of that stuff. So it is what it is, okay? I believe in the Constitution and I believe in your right to speak, but you got to be accurate. Again, 30-plus year career. I've been blessed to do a lot in my career. A lot of that time was spent in the Detective Bureau. There's not one officer with an ounce of experience on our department that has not relied on a prosecutor to review a case. It's not done in the courtroom. Okay, you might be able to argue that. You can find an ORC on anything if you want to dig and you got enough time and you want to do it. The reality of the matter is each and every one of our agencies will call the prosecutor and say, hey, you know, I might have a felony 5 here that got sent my way as a detective, but I can make a really strong M1 case. That prosecutor might say, hey, okay, I looked at it. No, we're going to keep the felony 5. It goes forward down to county felony 5. Or he'll say, you're right. And you send it to Parma. Nothing shady was done there. It's about facts and it's about proving a case. Again, that's another fact for you. Again, anybody with any experience, especially some people involved in this, should know better because they've done it themselves. Have had cases reviewed, not on the record, not at Parma court. What else? Again, we're a country of rules and laws. I'm not getting into, you might recognize my name, and I would challenge everybody here to read the internal investigation report. It's one thing to just yell out things, read the report. We're a nation of rules and laws. That's what makes us the greatest country in the world. You have to follow those. If you felt you've been wrong, we still have policies, rules and regulations, procedures, and an oath of office that you must and will follow, or we're nothing. We might as well be a third world country. And I'm talking to counsel here because I know I'm in the minority in this room, but let's let facts speak here, okay? That's another thing. Again, taking matters into your own hands and launching your own investigation. What are we needed for that? Anybody can do that. Lastly, if I can read my chicken scratch, no one would take this case. It was addressed. Again, I had to interview myself and Lieutenant Redrup. We interviewed 15 people on this case. Anybody's name that showed up in that Sundance report during that time frame was interviewed by us, to include the chief and Lieutenant Cutler. They got the same garrity warnings as everybody else. They were asked the same questions. Did you alter that report? Meaning the supplemental. I want to be clear. The narrative is what you saw. All it says is OVI/felony improper handling. Get that. That's like that on every one of our cases. The supplemental is the officer's complete written report. Okay? Even that officer, because again, Chief knows, I'm not risking my 30-plus year career. I'm extremely proud of my career. If I would have found that he changed that supplemental, it's going in my report. Okay? The officer involved in this was asked numerous times, lead me to the water, show me where it was changed, can't do it. So now we're just going to sit in here and just say, oh, it was changed. I know it was changed. Really? Because we've got hundreds of hours into this investigation. Nobody's been able to tell me right down to the Sundance, to everything that we got delivered to us, sealed. We looked through it. We read it. Myself, Lieutenant Redrup, and I read it numerous times, word for word, specifically that last paragraph, to make sure that there was no reference of those charges in there that Chief Tarase, in his presentation, addressed to you. Yeah, that's a lot what I have. Like I said, I'm not part of the traffic stop. Don't come out after me. We got involved after the fact, the actions of certain officers that they took, and I would just ask that you take all this into consideration. Again, if anybody wants to dispute any facts that I've just mentioned, have at it. Thank you.
I'll just produce it. Are you barking for or not? What'd you say? Are you bargaining for? Are you a union man? No.
Exactly. By union.
Exactly.
Representatives?
We got a little bit of crosstalk going here.
Exactly.
Name and address.
James Zakis, 7406 Edgerton Road, 70-year resident. Yeah, I'm pretty old. What we have here is a failure to communicate. We have here a mess. And whether there was wrong over here or there was wrong over there, the biggest issue here this evening is that empty chair. Catherine, the safety committee?
Correct.
And the safety director chose not to be here.
Wow, that says a lot.
And that says everything. Whether Chief Tarase made mistakes or did something on purpose, or whether these officers did something wrong, or whether they did nothing wrong, in my mind, at this moment is immaterial. That is the problem.
Are you finished?
I am done.
Okay. I wanted to be sure. All right.
Holly Tragner, 19300 Tanglewood Drive. I don't want to talk facts. I want to talk about a big picture, a society perception picture, which I think Chief Tarase has ignored, as do many police officers. There is a very distinct difference between how the public views law enforcement. We view them as they're going to take care of each other when that needs to happen. What I find very disturbing about the video is that Mr. O'Callahan had the expectation that he was going to be let go because he was a police officer. What I also saw was Officer Lowe, who was very aware he was expected to let him go. He said numerous times, "Do you understand the position you are putting me in?" He knew when he arrested him, it was going to be a problem. And I think that Chief Tarase is not understanding our anger in that we believe Mr. O'Callahan was let off the hook because he's a police officer. It has nothing to do with whether Chief Tarase knows Mr. O'Callahan. He knows that he's a police officer. And when we can't trust our police department to take care of safety issues, regardless of who's being pulled over, there is a lack of trust. And I think it's not just here. I think it's society-wise. And I would like to think our police department is aware of it and acts above what the normal expectation is. We expect more of them than that. That is not our community. And that is, I think, where a lot of the anger is coming from right now. It's not in the facts. It's why did this even come to this in the first place?
Good job.
Mr. Chair, do you mind if I keep going?
Yeah.
Okay. Is there anyone else?
Yes.
First time around? I see you, Mr. Gardner. Don't worry. Don't worry. Is anyone else first time around? All right, Mr. Gardner. You'd be so kind, give your name and address.
Sure. Scott Gardner, the platform's address is 645 Howe Avenue, Cuyahoga Falls, Ohio. I like this gentleman back here. He was talking about facts. Everything that I've talked about relative on my platform is about facts. I show receipts every time. The facts statements are completely disingenuous, and you had an excellent question, madam, relative to the narrative of the report. The narrative of the report doesn't go anywhere. Nobody sees the narrative report unless they actually click into the document and look for it. The charging documents, the charges, that's what actually funnels reports through Sundance, the charging documents. So when you delete charges, they go nowhere. So the chief of police opines that it's a weak stop, and I won't belabor this, Ms. Cruz did an awesome job, I think, highlighting that. I also have a 3-minute video on my platform if anybody wants to see. I don't know if the chief needs to borrow my glasses or what the issue is relative to the stop. Okay, he was clearly impaired. But I think arguendo, the real issue is, let's say that it's a weak stop. It still does not give the chief of police or administration, whoever did it, I'm not sure the chief actually specifically stated who altered the report. And when I say altered the report, I just want to make sure that I'm making
Just keep
facts.
facing this way so it gets
Okay,
recorded.
I just want to make sure facts are known. When I say alter report, I'm talking about deleting the charge document, right? So I don't, nobody has the authority to do that, right? That's the main issue, I think, in contention. Also, I find it disingenuous unless BCI has failed to provide the documentation for me. No referral was ever made to BCI. I offer the chief any opportunity. I will air it on my platform. If you have a document where you have requested BCI to investigate this incident, I'll be more than happy to put that out. I have no documentation that any referral was conducted with BCI. BCI requires it to be done in writing. It's a public record. I don't think BCI would have withheld that from me. And I just, again, the main issue is not even the stop. Maybe it was a weak stop. I don't know. But I think there was probable cause for the stop, and I think clearly it escalated once the stop had generated. Gentleman was clearly intoxicated. Once he's intoxicated, if he has a firearm on his person, it's automatically a felony. The chief questions the search. He fully admits on the stop, I have a gun in my pocket, right? Chief also seems to disappear or make believe that search engine to arrest doesn't exist. Anytime you make an arrest, I'm certain that North Royalton has a policy relative to being able to take an inventory search of a vehicle from once an arrest is made. The law director and the chief seem to have some sort of issue relative to that search. Again, it's clearly established case law, and it's insulting for them to put that out to the residents of North Royalton, because it again, is just such basic law that everybody should know this already. And it's alarming to me that the chief of police and the law director don't. Thank you.
Mr. Chair, do you mind if I go to the police chief?
Sure.
Just a couple things on that. Once again, this was not my decision not to charge Mr. O'Callahan with the felony. That's the whole point of the referral to the prosecutor. The prosecutor decided not to go forward with the felony charge. Secondly, Mr. Gardner brings up an inventory search and a search incident to arrest. Well, search incident arrest, the person has to be there to be searched. So we're searching the vehicle after the arrest. Now, I'm not disputing that Mr. O'Callahan had a firearm on him. That's in the video. I'm not disputing that. My question was with the two other handguns that were found in the vehicle. First of all, officer didn't tow the vehicle. So you can't do an inventory search if you didn't tow the vehicle. Secondly, an incident to arrest, Mr. O'Callahan was handcuffed and was taken away from the scene before they went back in the vehicle. So you don't have the search incident to arrest. So had they towed the vehicle, and I don't know why the officer decided not to tow the vehicle. Maybe he was giving Mr. O'Callahan some special treatment. But
Now, everybody, wait a minute, Chief. Just wait a minute. Everybody, if we could all, we're doing great so far. Chief.
for the most part, officers tow all the vehicles. I don't know why he didn't tow it that night. Now, they also bring up that we have not arresting police officers or there's this perception that we don't arrest police officers. Now, it just so happens that the next night, we did arrest another police officer for an OVI. Why is there no issue on that? Because the officers wrote a rock solid police report. There's been no question about it.
Did he have a gun on him?
Wait a minute, we can address that question in a moment.
Once again, it's she brings it up.
Sure.
Was there a gun on him? No, there wasn't a gun on him. But the prosecutor is the one that decided what he's going to prosecute and what he's not. That's not up to me. Had he said, go ahead and prosecute him, we'd have prosecuted him. That's the prosecutor's decision, not mine.
Okay. Anyone else wishing to speak? Yes, sir. So we'll go to the gentleman in the back, and then, ma'am, would you like to be after him? Okay, thank you.
Council President, Council, my name is Jason Kimmel, 10869 Gregory Lane. I want to get into more, you heard a lot tonight, from both sides here. I want to get into a little bit about trust, more specifically with the mayor and the law department. You folks as council, the mayor, law director, the chief are given a lot of power here. You are elected by the people for the people to do the best you can in your positions. I think we have a great agency here. I think we should be getting more people to want to come here and do the job that needs to be done. My focus is going to be more specifically on the James Hoffenlick report. I have not read it. I don't know I can trust it, and I'll tell you why. Trust is, I think, what a lot of the residents behind me here are having an issue with. People who are watching, maybe you as council. Trust being the biggest issue here. Let me go to something I have here real quick. So what is trust? Let me go to some very quick definitions if you can bear with me here. I think it all disappeared on me here, so I apologize.
Technology is not cooperative.
No, it is not. They have just a few brief statements over them too. Here we go. Okay. So trust. Trust is just the basic definition is a firm belief in the reliability, the truth, ability, or strength of someone or something. It involves placing confidence in another party, expecting honesty and safety. So I don't know what the Hoffenlick report is. I hear he's maybe a former Cobb County prosecutor. He's a lawyer. What he probably put in the report might be accurate, might be true. I question that because unlike certain situations, we have a grievance process here in the city. There's skin in the game on both sides. Okay, if you have a dispute between the city, you're going to have the city and you're going to have the union. And they're going to fight this out through arbitration, of which both parties will agree on somebody to resolve the issue, one way or the other. They both have skin in the game. That decision will be final. In the Hoffenlick report, as we heard that nobody wanted to get involved with this, BCI, sheriff's, prosecutor's office, nobody seems to want to touch this for whatever the reason. So here we have a city who wants to have an independent investigation. And they want to tell you it's independent. Chief doesn't get to pick it. The union doesn't get to pick it. None of us do. The employer picks who's going to do the investigation. So they're paid and picked by the city. So if you want to read a report and think, okay, this is independent, then make it independent. What do I mean by that? Okay, so we get into some other words here. When you're doing an independent investigation, it is a neutral third-party inquiry into either serious allegations such as misconduct, harassment, financial fraud. It's designed to ensure objectivity, credibility, and compliance, often conducted by external counsel or specialized investigators. Okay. So you're gonna read something, the city's version, they did an independent investigation. What I question is now is how independent can you be? So would you read that report and look at it through the same lens as we have a mayor who is elected as mayor, and through campaign contributions, you receive monies from individuals in the law department. In and of itself, it may not be illegal. It may not even be an ethics issue, but yet it happens. So individuals donate to a campaign of which this individual is now elected, of which then you have these individuals employed at the highest levels of the law department. Is this something that was done because of that? Is this a scratch my back, I scratch yours? Okay. That may or may not be the issue. That may not even be true. But now it comes into question just the mere appearance of impropriety. And this is my best thing. So I think the mayor could have done the right thing. You know, this is just the city's version of it. So when you get to that definition, the mere appearance of impropriety refers to a situation that, while not necessarily violating specific ethical rules, it creates a suspicion of wrongdoing or unethical behavior in the eyes of the public or a reasonable observer. So the union has nothing involved in this. They don't pick any of this. You have individuals who have contributed, of which are employed at the highest levels of the law department, who are involved with picking the individual, the city paying for that. If you're going to make it neutral and independent, you make it neutral and independent. That's why public employees in the city cannot be on council if you work in the city. You probably could be neutral, but then you got to defend every decision you make. So by doing that, you just remove all doubt. You have to look at the people out here, and they have to look at that report and go, was he being honest? He may have been. I'm not calling his question, I'm calling the question of independent in that regard. There are a lot of great officers in our agency, we need them. I'm not doubting any of the other reports, I just question this independent version. Do you buy it, and why would you? If there was no money involved in campaign contributions, and then you're employed at the highest levels here hiring these people, I have a big question mark over that. Not to say he's a bad guy, I don't know. I question the legitimacy of this independent. It should have truly been independent. I wish BCI, prosecutor's office, somebody who would have come in that is not being paid by the city in any realm to actually make it, and then that maybe would have put an end to this, whether it was in favor for the chief that they truly did nothing wrong, then so be it. But how can you truly accept that report? You got to look at it through a different lens based on the situation. And I'm not saying the law director here is shady or the chief. I'm just saying if you're going to make it independent, you make it independent, and you have no skin in the game.
Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Mr. President, it's an appropriate moment, I'd like to speak to that.
Whenever you would like.
Well, this lady's already at the podium.
Okay.
So I'll be really brief. I just have a question really, and I understand. My name's Evie Novak, 7628 Andover Lane, North Royalton. And I have a question, and I understand I have to address it to council, but this question really is for the chief. I thought maybe after he was done with his presentation, we would get a chance to ask him questions, but
Well, I will say, I think he has been pretty
He's
responsive.
been answering.
Yeah.
Thank you. And I appreciate the chief's presentation and the information that was provided, as well as all the information that was given tonight by the other citizens here. But I still am just a little bit confused about if Mr. Kelly gave the chief or the city an explanation of why he did not want to press charges on the firearm, even though Mr. Callahan had the firearm in his pocket and admitted to it at the stop. That seems to, I just don't understand, is that information available?
I think you're combining two people. It was Jim McDonald who looked at the file and initially chose not to have those charges. And then I'll give it to the law director. But I think there's a couple of people that might have been getting mashed together here. Okay? Was that all?
Yeah, so my question is, if it was, whoever's decision it was
There we go.
to drop the firearm charge, did they explain why, given the fact that Mr. O'Callahan had a firearm in his pocket and was intoxicated?
Okay, thank you.
I can answer her question.
Between you and the law director, whoever.
Go ahead, Chief.
As far as the prosecutor giving me a reason why, no, he didn't, and that's his decision.
And then, Mr. Law Director?
I'm going to respond to Mr. Officer Kimmel, former Officer Kimmel's points. Jason made the point, I think, that he said he hadn't read the Hoflick report. It would be helpful, of course, if he would, and if all of you would. When the mayor received the transmission, the email from Officer Lowe, I think it came in on Wednesday night after the arrest, whatever date that was, sometime around 9 o'clock in the evening. He got a hold of me the next day. I indicated to him that we needed to respond promptly to Officer Lowe and let him know that we would take this seriously. He did that. He sent Officer Lowe an email that same day. Less than 24 hours after receiving the package that Lowe had sent, with the unredacted information that he took from the department inappropriately. Within a day, I want to say by Thursday, I had already determined that I could not independently make the investigation, even though, as under the charter, as I'm the law director and the chief prosecutor, I could have done that. That was within my authority and it was part of my duty. I made the choice that I would seek someone else to do it. I chose not to have Mr. McDonald do it. I chose not to have Mrs. Vozart do it. And I thought about giving it to our labor counsel, Mr. Budzik, who has done dozens of these kinds of investigations in the past, many for us, many for this city. Mr. Budzik's a resident of North Royalton, but he's an independent lawyer doing our labor council work. I decided that because of the ongoing terrible fights that we have had with the FOP, or at least the leadership in the FOP, I would not use Mr. Budzik, that he would have at least arguably an interest in the outcome, though I trust him implicitly. I therefore sought an independent person, and I recommended to the mayor that we engage Mr. James Hoflick, 2 times engaged by the county prosecutor's office, 12-year plus veteran of that office. I can't remember what level, maybe Mrs. Chef knows, I don't know.
I think I worked with him, and I believe he might have been general felony and maybe major crimes.
I think he was major crimes. A man who has a stellar reputation as a prosecutor, and he understands the law. I recommended him to the mayor on Friday of that week. He agreed. I reached out to Mr. Hoflick and engaged him. I even sent some emails, and they're part of the record. Everybody should have them. I know council has them. In the interim, the attorney for the FOP, Mr. Smith, made it his business to package up all of the information that Officer Lowe had sent to the mayor, including the unredacted, improperly obtained documentation, and send that down to the county prosecutor's office. So Jason, the county prosecutor had it almost as soon as we did. That Sunday, Mr. Hoflick was in communication with one of the representatives of Mr. O'Malley's office. I don't remember the gentleman's name. And given the facts, the county prosecutor's office made a review and determined to allow Mr. Hoflick to go forward. That's how much faith and trust they have in him. He concluded his report over the course of 6 weeks and then delivered it to the mayor on or about December 2nd. The mayor never, prior to this experience, the mayor never knew Mr. Hoflick. He just took him on my recommendation. And I had met Mr. Hoflick once for about 5 minutes. But I did get a referral from my own son, who told me, who's a former county prosecutor, who told me that this gentleman was a quality individual, someone we could rely upon. Mr. Hoflick's report is what it is, and I pray you all read it. People keep saying the most terrible things up here at this microphone that are so far from the truth, you can't imagine it. People keep saying that they changed things. Nobody changed anything. The city prosecutor, my assistant prosecutor, Mr. James McDonald, who, by the way, himself is a stellar prosecutor. He prosecuted many years for the county under John T. Corrigan. He is currently the prosecutor for the city of Brooklyn, as well as the city of North Royalton. He represents many people in criminal cases as a defense lawyer as well. That's part of what he does. He knows the law, he knows the criminal law far better than I ever will. He gets to make choices. Prosecutors, part of their duty is to do justice and to recognize when something has gone awry, something is wrong. In this instance, he made a determination that the gun charges should not be pursued. It's his call. Now, granted, it could have been my call, but I surely would have allowed him to make that choice. Why? I recognize his skills. Skills are better than mine when it comes to criminal law. The business about if somebody could have changed something. That Sundance record data system is designed so that whatever change may ever be made will be recorded. In the internal affairs report that Sergeant Stolarski put together with Lieutenant Redrup after they investigated and involved themselves in questioning everybody who had any connection to this, that report indicates essentially an admission on the part of both Officer Lowe, former Officer Lowe, and Sergeant, now Patrol Officer Rybicki. They admitted their wrongful conduct. Now, they gave some excuses as to why they thought, or at least Officer Rybicki did, She kept saying, if you read the report, it says she was quoted as saying, time was of the essence. That's why she took the documents unredacted. And you got to understand something. It is against the law. It is against the law to take confidential, unredacted documents from the police department and distribute them. Now, they could have been prosecuted for that. We chose to do what's called an internal affairs investigation as opposed to a prosecutorial investigation. The internal affairs investigation affords them what are called garrity rights. Mrs. Sheff, you know garrity rights? Why am I picking on you? Because I know you to be a good lawyer from the county prosecutor's office. All right. The garrity rights arise from a United States Supreme Court case that effectively protects police officers from being caught in the vice of having to tell the truth or be prosecuted for not telling the truth or for the crime that they would otherwise be required to admit. They are given the opportunity under garrity to speak the truth, and they must speak the truth, or they can be prosecuted. But if they speak the truth, they can't be prosecuted for the criminal wrongdoing. Read the darn report. Those two good people made some terrible mistakes. It is not our job to try to figure out how we can rescue them from their own errors, particularly Officer Rybicki. She was a sergeant with almost 30 years of experience. She knew better. She knew better, and she went ahead and did it anyway. She should have carried this up the chain of command. The police department is a paramilitary organization, people. They have a chain of command. The chain of command requires that you are in the chain wherever you are, and you are responsive to the next person up the chain. She had a duty. She failed in many of her duties. So did Officer Lowe. I'm not saying he did it on purpose. And by the way, we're not prosecuting or we're not disciplining him. Mayor didn't discipline the man because of the O'Callahan affair. He was disciplined because he took the records and gave them to his attorney in the union, who then, I can't prove it. Somebody who got those records put them on the television. They put them on either 5 or 8, and it was as big as day in big, highly visibly written letters, the Social Security number of Mr. O'Callahan. Now that's wrong, and it cannot be ignored, and it should not be ignored. And the mayor couldn't ignore it, no matter how often he was abused for it. The union, the FOP, has been after the mayor to fire the chief for at least a year, maybe 2 years now. And when they couldn't get it done through the collective bargaining process, and they tried, then they moved to the statutory scheme with SERB, and they pursued repetitive filings with the State Employment Relations Bureau. They've lost them all. And when that didn't work, they decided they would pursue it in the court of public opinion. They would get people like you, good lay people, to support their efforts at, the no confidence vote. Ladies and gentlemen, that no confidence vote doesn't mean a thing. Aside from the fact that there may have been internal pressures brought to bear, which wouldn't surprise anybody, on the younger guys, let the younger guys, whatever. Aside from that, the fact is it doesn't have any legal standing. Does it mean that they don't like the chief? Yeah, they don't like the chief. They hate him. They despise him. They've been after us to fire him for 2 years. That's not how this works. He's a civil servant. He's got protections. Unless he's guilty of misfeasance, malfeasance, or nonfeasance, he's not going to get fired. And every single time that the mayor asked for evidence, testimony, affidavits, anything. Silence. We got nothing. And we've repeatedly asked for it. And he's done everything he can to bend the effort to try to find it. And by the way, City Council now has just in the last week, I'm not debating with this gentleman. City Council, I have the floor. City Council
We've all done a great job so far of listening. I know, but we're letting him respond. And then we're going to be here as long as people would like to speak.
City Council now has in its possession another letter from the county prosecutor's office supporting the findings of both the Hofflick report and the internal affairs investigation. And essentially supporting everything the mayor has done from day one. Do as you like, believe what you like. The facts don't support this effort.
I thank you, Mr. Law Director. Is there, wait a minute. I think this young lady behind you is looking to speak.
You opened up the can of beans and you talked about everything but the beans. Talked about the land.
I like what you said.
Okay.
Distraction.
Has everybody had an initial opportunity to speak? Only once. Mr. Cruz, I think you had wanted to speak.
Am I allowed to?
Of course.
Sam Cruz, 7972 Highview Drive. First off, I would like to say that I feel real gaslit right now. I don't know why, and now we.
Mr. Cruz, I understand, but just please direct it towards.
I love it when I talk and then I'm being walked out on. That's fine though. I appreciate it.
We're still here.
I get it. I get it. But and then the whole thing behind the rules for thee and not for me. You have city officials able to talk continuously without a time limit, and then the residents of North Royalton have a time limit. I understand you're being flexible, but it's still like. Anyway.
I understand it. I'm attempting to be fair, so I apologize if that's, but I think we're all having some dialogue here.
The vulnerability of being up here right now, after being told that we could face litigation from the law director, it's not an easy thing to come up to this microphone and talk to you, especially after he said that. And then the chief said he's just giving you legal advice without giving you legal advice. And then the law director told my wife directly at this podium, he told her that he's not here to give legal advice to us. So there's a contradiction right there. Anyway, I have a speech about the safety of our city, and I don't even know if I want to go into it because I mean we beat the dead horse a lot tonight, but
And the horse is not here.
Well, again, Mr. Cruz, we're here as well, so if you wanna.
So I'm gonna show you guys a sign.
Okay.
I can't show a sign.
I didn't say that. I didn't see how you.
Here's a sign. This is from 2019, Mayor Larry A to Z. One of the things he says here is keeping North Royalton safe, maintaining staffing levels of police and firefighters. That's there. We have a city that's what, 21 something square miles?
Yeah, 21, 22 square miles, yeah.
And we have 20 officers, patrolmen, is what I heard.
And so, Chief, I'll go to you for the numbers, but Mr. Cruz.
He stated earlier, we have 20 patrolmen. And
again,
yeah, I'm talking to you. So we have 20 patrolmen, and that's supposed to cover an area of North Royalton, and without having, God forbid, if one of them gets sick, has vacation, family emergencies. We have what, 3 on duty at a time? I'm assuming 4 maybe.
It's 3 to 4.
3 to 4 to cover this
And
big
again,
city.
we'll go to the chief to.
That's fine.
Can you confirm that now while we pause?
It's a,
Can we confirm that number?
The 3 to 4 at a time on duty during the week.
so I think the question is 3 to 4 on duty at a total universe of 20 officers. Is that your question?
Each platoon has minimum of 4.
And how many platoons do we have?
March,
I'm sorry, and how many platoons do we have?
4 platoons.
So a minimum of 16?
It sounds like only 60.
Well, hold on, I mean, we're
No, the minimum that we go down to is 4. There's between 6, I think at least 6 officers assigned to each platoon. So 4 is the minimum that allows for people to take time off for vacations and things, but 4 is the minimum, and for the most part, it has been.
and how many total officers, because that was your other question, right? Mr. Cruz, was there a total of 20? Was that your?
Yeah, I made that statement.
And then Chief, he's saying, he heard, we have 20 total officers? What's the number of
There's
total?
about 20 officers that are assigned to the road.
Not counting sergeants,
Not
it's
counting
35
sergeants.
That's
total.
counting sergeants,
How
okay.
many per shift?
So I believe you
It
were
just
saying
said it's-
per shift is a minimum of 4.
Sometimes, is there sometimes?
Hold on, and I apologize, Ms. Cruz, but for the microphone, just so we're able to have it.
Is there sometimes 3 on patrol?
Thank you. To the chief.
Not normally.
Is it a yes or no?
So not normally, so what?
Is there sometimes
there
3 patrol
Okay.
on, 3 officers on patrol?
That has been brought up, and that was part of no confidence stuff. So a couple times,
Let him explain. I believe he was.
I'm going to answer
So
you.
is it yes or no? There's sometimes 3 on the time, that's it.
There was.
Yes.
There was.
Okay, go on.
Now, we've also, prior to now, when I was hired, we would run 3 officers at a time, minimum of 3. So the minimum has been 3. We can go back almost 30 years. It was 3 at one point. We raised it to 4. And the population is not everybody's calling the police. You still have the same area. The city hasn't grown any. It's the same. Our call volumes roughly the same. It doesn't change. Now, has it gone down to 3? Yes, a couple times it has gone down to 3. Most of those times it was caused by the officers themselves without authorization from me to do so, because under their current scheduling, 12-hour shifts, if they have, it is their union's responsibility to fill the shift if somebody calls off sick. There's procedures in place. This was bargained with the officers when we went to 12-hour shifts. And if they were to fall below the 4 minimum, they were to agreed upon order somebody to come in. And then procedures was set on who would be ordered to come in. Supervisors failed to order somebody into work, did not notify the lieutenant or I that this was the case, and we wouldn't find out till the following day or whenever we came in. So we weren't notified of that. Prior to that, and there was a point where I did lower the staffing for a short period of time to 3 because an officer who had scheduled surgery failed to notify us so we could adjust the schedules and called off near the holidays. And instead of canceling a number of other officers' vacations, I decided to run at 3. Once again, we have agreements with all the surrounding cities that if there's a need, we have mutual aid with all those agencies, and is for the supervisor to contact those cities and request mutual aid. We respond to other cities to provide mutual aid, and the same can be said if we request it as well.
Thank you, Chief. Mr. Cruz?
So the answer is yes, sometimes 3.
There has, but I think yes, the answer is, I think there have been times it was down to 3, but he gave a
Got it.
rather complete answer.
Got it. All right. I'm just, so I have a little map here. This is a basic map of North Royalton. The police, there's 3 zones that the police cover here. 1, 2, and 3. You have, and it's separated by pretty much 82 and Ridge Road. The 2 northern sectors are split in half, and then 3 is 82 and south, pretty much for the most part. So we have, the city is 5.1 miles north-south, 5.4 miles east-west. You cut that diagonal, you have about 7.42 miles on the diagonal, and that's a straight line. So if you have a crash here in 3, and you have 2 officers respond to that crash, how many do we have left? And if there's a domestic that you need 2 more officers that a domestic, we don't have them. What are we gonna use? Mutual aid every time we have issues? What does that leave us to help other cities when they need mutual aid from us? We're not there for them, in my opinion. So that's kind of what I'm going at here. Oh yeah, and then if you were here at the corner of our city and you need to get across the city, at 50 miles an hour, it takes 8 minutes and 24 seconds to get across, and that's on a straight line. And you're not counting cars, people, kids that run out in the street, any other obstacles. That's on a straight line. At 35 miles an hour, you're gonna take 15 to 20 minutes to get across city. So that's where I'm standing at that. Who sets the minimums too for the police? Is it the mayor, the safety director?
My understanding is you know what? I'm gonna defer to the chief.
I set the minimums.
Okay, so what is the definition of a minimum?
What's the definition of?
Correct.
What is our minimum?
What is the definition of a minimum?
No less than.
Yeah,
I understand that.
Can you
like
clarify your question?
does minimum mean? Does minimum mean like we are allowed to have no less than 20 officers on the police force, or the minimum is this certain amount of officers per day?
That's if you're referring to staffing, a complement, that's set by council, and the council and budget, and have the number of officers that I'm allotted per budget and complement.
Okay.
Does that answer?
Yeah.
Okay. But I will say, if I may, I think one of the points you made about staffing, I think is one of the things Councilwoman Gorgians and others are looking at when it comes to the mental health. Help me with what I'm trying to remember. The first call. So that is a topic. We are independent of this to see if there are mental health professionals that can provide some, what would you call it, support? Supplement, some supplemental services for individuals that maybe need mental health engagement, right? Okay.
So going back to the minimum in our city, we have, obviously North Royalton has a black eye with what's going on here, with everything going on. And I just saw an advertisement with this creepy guy on Facebook that is advertising for lateral moves and for the police department.
It was just like an hour before the meeting. Whoever runs Facebook, gave a horrible.
Yeah, that's just some friendly advice from me. It's like, it's a creepy looking guy. Anyway.
Okay, but anyways, that's.
Anyway, moving on.
Yep.
How are we supposed to hire? Nobody that I know that I talk to wants to come and work in North Royalton as a police officer. For whatever reason, they don't want to come here. So we're not going to get a lateral move. That ain't going to happen. We're going to get them out of the academy, and that's what? They have no experience. Zero of what other than the academy. So we're going to take those 5 officers that we need to fill right out of the academy with no experience, throw them out on the road. That's not a liability to our city. There's no incentive to our city for anyone to lateral here. None. They don't want to come here. And that's all I have to say.
Thank you. So, if I may,
Go ahead.
I think unofficial kind of final call, is there anyone else who wishes to, because if not, I'm gonna politely ask that we take a momentary break after this before we continue the safety meeting, but is there anyone else who's looking to participate in this dialogue? Going once? Okay.
I can always speak.
You could.
I mean, I have one question.
Sure.
Can I ask the law director a question?
So just to be clear, did you state, what I understood you stated is that Officer Becky admitted wrongdoing? Is that what you said? Is that what you believe or you're telling us?
Mr. President,
Mr. Leonard.
you wish me to respond?
I would like you, yes, please.
Because I don't represent these people.
You gave us advice prior, so it's fine.
Yes, Mr. Leonard.
These people?
Yeah.
No, you
That's
gave
right.
it.
I'm the corporate counsel.
Mr.
Represent
Law,
the city.
Mr. Law Director.
Order.
I think there was a question. I think there was a question regarding
right.
statement you made.
I believe as I read the Internal Affairs Department report, I recognized that she acknowledged that she in fact took documents and unredacted and gave them to, or put them in an envelope for delivery to Officer Lowe.
Right, his own report, correct?
I don't care what it is.
That's a question.
No, you want an answer that fits your narrative.
So I'm asking you.
I'm telling you.
Okay, I'm done asking you.
Yes.
Need it.
Okay, thank you. Are we,
No,
is,
I'm not done, no.
yeah, do you mind if we take a break?
Can I continue? Well, let me finish real quick. All right, he does not want to answer a yes or no question. Spencer Lowe was given his report printed by Officer Rybicki. Okay, that's what she did. Printed it, put it in, as far as what he just said, put it in an envelope and delivered to Spencer Lowe. His report, yes, that I will answer for him. Besides that, Officer Lowe gave that report, to my understanding, to the safety director and his attorney. There's been nothing, no one that's claimed he gave it to the media. In fact, I'm pretty sure it's been proven that they can't say that. Actually, the law director said it was someone else that gave it to the media. So why is Officer Lowe fired? That's my question.
Okay.
I don't need your side comment.
No,
He's told me I have the floor. That's rude. Be an example.
I appreciate it.
Like, I don't need the side comments from him.
Okay.
And now I lost my train of thought.
I'm sorry.
No, not because of you, because of
Well,
the
anyway,
comment.
I'm doing my best to try
I
and.
understand. So, Officer Lowe turning in his police report to the mayor and to his attorney should not have cost him his job, period. I mean, if he gave it to the media, understood. Didn't.
Okay.
Or, absolutely, Flo Rybicki shouldn't have gotten demoted for printing someone's report. They should have whistleblower protection, first of all. Last thing I'm gonna say, and I'll stop. There's, as far as I know, you drop a charge if the prosecutor's to drop the charge, right? It's going, as far as going in and deleting it from the narrative, okay, not the narrative, not the words, going in the report and deleting the charge in the charges tab. From what I understand, and actually I'm gonna refer to Scott Gardner, is that the same thing as dropping a charge, deleting it?
And I'm sorry, and Mr. Gardner would have to come back up.
Generally, if you're going to refer something to a
Mr.
prosecutor,
Gardner, you gotta,
if you're going to refer something to a prosecutor,
you're gonna have to start over when you get here. Hold on, Mr. Gardner. All right.
generally, and again, I am not a North Royalton chief.
No, I was actually giving him the benefit of the doubt. In East Cleveland, when we had a prosecutor referral, normally, if it's a felony charge, the referral would actually go to the Cuyahoga County Prosecutor's Office for charges. Here, for some reason, the city prosecutor did it. That might be the procedure, I don't know. But generally, I'm sorry, what was the question was?
When a charge is dropped by the prosecutor, is it deleted from the charges tab in the report?
No.
Okay.
No.
Thank you.
And just to clarify, it was deleted. Well, as it was shown to us in Chief Tarase's display, it was deleted. Not showing the prosecutor dropped it, it was deleted by Lieutenant Cutler. And from what I understand, as he said, it was both of them, well, Chief or Lieutenant Cutler, by direction of Chief Tarase. to go in and delete it. I don't care if the prosecutor told him to do it, if that's against the law, if that's a felony, I don't care if it's slapping their, don't do something that you know better than. If you're going in and deleting something, that's what we're talking about, you guys. We don't care what's in the supplement, we don't care. It shows that the guy had guns, they went in, deleted it from the original report. That's what Lowe had a problem with. That's it.
And it's a trust.
Okay,
Right. There's no trust. We need to start fresh. Let's do it. Like, come on, enough's enough.
thank you.
All right, I'm done.
All right. All right, so if everyone's comfortable with it, this gentleman, and then I would like us to take a break.
Short and sweet.
Thank you. Name, address.
My name is Joe Sukan. I live on 6075 Bunker Road, North Royalton, Ohio. 44133. Been a resident for 43 years, born and raised here. Have some history with politics. My ex-father-in-law was a mayor here at one time, and some kind of nonsense like happened with him back in the day where he fired a police officer. What's going to happen here is this could have been settled with all this bullshit that's going on. Maybe with like some apologies, whatever, I mean, it's going to cost me and us, the taxpayers, a bunch of money with the different lawsuits and whatnot that are going on. It's just ridiculous. The main problem is that this mayor's not here. I give the police chief and the law, these guys are here facing whatever, that we're pissed off about, and he's not here. He's committing political suicide. I've seen this play out before, We have the power as the people to run a guy out like that because he's not willing to face the music. With that, I'm done.
I am not on the safety committee, but I politely asked the safety committee to take maybe a 5 to 10 minute break so we can go refresh ourselves.
Sure. Real quick before we do that, I just want to make one quick comment. It does take a lot of courage for people to show up here at this microphone and talk. I, less than a year ago, also found the courage to do that, and then I ran for city council, and here I am. So the amount of community engagement that I've seen here today, I really appreciate you guys all coming out, and I hear all of you. And with that, do you want to make a motion?
Make a motion. But that, well said. I mean, honestly. This is the first meeting of the city council, by the way. So you make a motion, council, and ask for a second.
I'll make a motion.
And I think, and Councilman, I think the time is 9:30.
Oh, 9:30, sorry.
Doing okay?
Nice job. Nice job.
Hey, how are you? How you doing?
You have a great radio voice, sir.
I'm sorry.
You have a great radio voice.
Well, thank you.
Talk.
I'll take that as a compliment.
I was like,
Thank you.
oh, that's a great voice.
Now,
I guess I
Well, I started drinking the weed, so it was all, you know.
I just want to thank you for taking your time and.
I'm sorry?
I just want to thank you for taking your time and
thank you.
doing this. Very good.
I appreciate it, thanks.
It's amazing what a lot to do is they're well, it's not anymore. On that note, I'll have a beer.
I finally got out.
I just wanted to shake your hand. I'm Melissa.
Hi, I'm Scott. Nice to meet you. Oh, okay, all right. Is this normal or?
All the gaslighting.
Yeah. Really? Wow.
But
I don't think I've ever seen anything. I don't know. Maybe I just was totally oblivious to this on the other side. I don't see anything like this. No. Fine. That's the guy that was here. That was
he's the one that did an internal investigation against Spencer. So basically speaking.
Okay.
Early, or good morning.
Oh, yeah, you gotta work.
It's crazy. I don't know. Stacy Hartline, or now is kind of so, yeah, thank you.
Oh, it's nice meeting you.
Yeah, I scratched it. You know, my arm. I got it like this again. That's me too. I wonder if it still works. Basically, I put it not. I think, oh, yeah. That was my skin doctor that said, no, Been a long night.
I was expecting like a
Joseph, be careful, okay?
I was like, I saw where are you going?
Well, I've had corn. Well, yesterday.
Take your foot off the gas and you get the system, okay? Oh, yeah, help you.
The area no, they are no, we're not supposed to be yet. It's I can't hear. You can't hear. And it's not gonna get off. It's actually. It's already.
Oh, you got another shot. Say, dude, you got to go. This is arbitration. What they said, is normally said in court of law when you're on the way. They use this for arbitration.
Okay, my phone is still there.
And, all the officer gave it to the press. Ask him about Sundance. There is a side that says he can wait and offer it. That's what he said. That's exactly what he said. And when you said that, he's never threatened anybody. I got 5 emails. Oh, I know. But tonight was just stout. I was more than just the officer. That's all right. Oh, I can I'm there. I'm in jail. I was on a recall. I'm in jail. We do that. One step at a time. We got to cut the head off first. And we'll go for the middle. The trick is, I've been talking to her.
Legislation, school, stuff like that.
I'm going really over here.
Earlier.
Tom Jones is already threatened me with slander. And I'm John Brewster, Tom Kelly. No. I've been dealing with him for a long time.
Yes. The DFW. And so, because of that, they did all the parties back. She passed away 2 years ago. And you left, she lived with me for 25 years upstairs. As I was talking to all the patients from the DFW, I made a whole bill.
He's taking her from the camp right now.
And we're trying to break it down something.
And it's all these.
We love horses. Please scan them.
And it's just, well, did they have a legitimate fight? Yeah.
I can give you my email address. I think it's great. My grandfather just passed away for the procession of the fire department because he was volunteer firefighter way back. I wasn't expecting that. This is my business card, but call me or email me. Oh, really? And his dad was a fireman. And until politics stepped in. But I'm here about fighting against the liquor. But I was just showing the one kid that was here. This is what I found. This is this building here. This is the original memorial. This is what they wanted to do. The swimming pool, the lake, the beach.
It is a
This is all
farmer. I see.
This is actually, this is 61. So, but she was great at language, years, and then names, and so it was like best friends. So that's the problem.
But people like this doing that, and that came from the law.
So I'm just like telling this, you're gonna take pictures with your phone, label it. Right. So he's pretty good at it, mother's.
Yeah.
It was, I mean, later on, especially when she was, wasn't around as she was saying before. But she was sitting down during the winter when she was getting outside, just down her. Very, very. Yeah. Oh. Yeah. Yeah, we have a resolution, but.
I'm saying it's inflated. Guys from citing your agency are voting for you. I didn't think you actually did any favor first. So you come to.
They walked into the house.
Did he come up through the ranks?
They're building this Dunkin' Donuts and Jimmy John's on the house. Yeah. So good luck. Thank you. They're files. Why didn't you Rebecca Gorski.
I'm sorry, so logic didn't make any sense to me. You call this stuff I mean, if strong arms true or anything. Well, we go through. Strike on this one.
What was that?
9.
I know, right? I know. Okay. Is there one of our affiliates?
I need to get it. I asked Brandon to come on. I from LA.
You guys aren't on.
Or when I did a show where he did Extra Center, so he wanted to come back on. So I'm like, well, let me see if I can get the FOP wrestling. So check it out, see if you're Oh, you said no? I don't know how much. No.
So we're,
So it's like.
Alleged endorsing much yet. More than just. Saw my donations last year. Although, I'm low, just like.
Play stupid games, eat stupid prizes, right? 8 people run the day.
I just recognized.
Yeah, there you go. Yeah. What's going on? I just got home, I changed, jumped on. I've been on and off a little bit. And it's like you guys do the race, and you're still there, and then play up here. So, who are you again? Right. Oh, like a mile and a half of state road. So close. But
I thought for sure.
I would update those.
This problem is still strong. There's not enough. I was told you won't have any more fun, but it took him like 3 minutes to figure out how many officers you got. Where are you the chief of police and you don't even know?
No, it sounds like a low clock.
It's
yeah,
there's Chuck always in charge.
That's not dying anyway, huh?
Hey, how you doing? Are you saying this?
I'm a little loud.
Yeah.
Where, in Royalton? I've been, yeah, I've got my hands in this. I don't know, you're on the floor, so I don't know, you're probably impartial. I don't know where you stand. Yeah.
Yeah. You heard, you said the same thing. Honestly, it's not posted for ridiculous. Posted for, because I want people to make up your own.
Oh, you said it could be in. And you're not taking a side and just putting here's the information. Oh, I know, exactly. Exactly.
We're gonna start with
The citizen review.
I think she went out to.
You can't start without Mary.
Or you got that in confidence. Is that in confidence? Yeah. Right.
We do have 2. Yeah, let's go.
I think Mary.
So, you don't want to switch.
Yeah. What do
you think about all this? People are started
6:30. I've been bouncing out. I've been obviously watch my grandkids today. Then I'm working on my daughter's case. And just got home and they're still out. They go great. And I'm like, yeah. So now, wow. You haven't been over in a while. I guess that's good.
I'm doing.
I do have that. Well,
I'm trying to.
come on, Mary.
Redwood City, there's no reason why people wouldn't hear us.
So I'd like to reconvene the safety committee meeting at 9:57.
So moved.
Is there a second?
Second.
All in favor? Aye. All right, I think the next item on the agenda on unfinished business is e-bikes, e-scooters.
Yeah, the assistant law director, Todd Schrader, and I are working on that, and actually we're meeting tomorrow. And so we should have, thankfully, something next time and not tonight.
That's good.
So that'll be easy.
Mary, what all are you working on? Is it just not allowing the e-bikes in Memorial Park, or is there other?
No, we're adding helmets.
Okay.
Helmet requirement for people under the age of 18.
E-bikes only?
I believe it already said bikes, and we were just clarifying e-bikes.
I think, no, there's
We
no
didn't have a
helmet.
helmet on North Royalton.
No, and I think it'll be for bikes and maybe e-scooters too, and so we're, in the process of doing that, and, maybe some other tweaks, yeah.
Okay, and then I know at one point we had brought up possibly incorporating some sort of safety education into the schools.
Yeah.
Something about it.
Yeah, well, we wanted to, have education be a big part of it. And, hopefully draw in those school resource officers or other educators, yeah.
They sent something out, right?
No, the reason why I bring it up is because there have been some incidences around the middle school and high school with e-bikes and some situations. So the principal of the middle school did send out a letter to all parents saying, hey, we need to educate our kids on some basic common sense safety situations, please do this, et cetera, et cetera. But what we wanted to is actually incorporate it into the curriculum so that it is taught like you would do bike safety or, whatever. So we're kind of spitballing how to do that.
One thing in that notice you sent out was, I know you have to be 16 to have a class 3 e-bike and wear a helmet. But then it said you couldn't ride the other 2 bikes if you were under 14. And I never heard that, and I was trying to look up in Ohio Revised Code, I didn't find that. So I didn't think that was the case unless they know something I don't. But in any case, we're definitely working on it, and he's had a lot on his plate, Todd.
Right.
That's
of course
been a limiting factor, but we're gonna definitely work on it tomorrow. Yeah.
Thank you.
Sure.
Is there anything else on the e-bikes for now, or are we just gonna, we're gonna table that?
No, just leave it.
Yeah, definitely keep it on the schedule.
So we'll keep it on the agenda then. Do I have to do anything, do I have to do anything special to keep it on the agenda?
No.
You just did.
Gotcha.
I'm not being serious. You articulated that it stays on the agenda.
Okay.
You did it perfectly.
So the last item of unfinished business is the first call HOGA funding program to expand sea response efforts. I think Mary and I were talking about that. Did you want to?
I don't know how much you want to get into it tonight since it's late.
Yeah.
I mean, it's no emergency, and I know the police chief sent some data on possible types of calls that could be involved with a social worker, peer support person, co-response. And the fire chief was gonna try to look up some data too, but again, since it's late, I think we can discuss it next time, if everybody's okay with that.
Yeah, we can keep that on the agenda then.
Yeah.
So moving on to new business. First item of new business is the top 10 areas for traffic accidents. It was moved here apparently about a month ago from the April 7th, 2026 committee.
Just moved here from streets.
Or streets, sorry.
I do, if I could, Mr. Chair. I had a resident here today who was hoping to bring some pictures to show, and I'm not sure we may decide ultimately that this goes to Streets Committee, but he wanted to talk about it in terms of top 10 areas for accidents. Just the ditches and lack of shoulder on Aikens Road. I know I sent an action form out about that. Something that, we'll continue to talk about, like I said, either here or in Streets. So he had to leave, couldn't stay to give his speech, so he'll be back.
Okay. So we can follow up on this item next time as well. Is there anything else to add to the
Mr. Chair, as strange as it sounds, do you want to send this back to Streets? So, because streets meets next before
Oh,
safety.
yeah, I see what you're saying. Yeah, we can send this back to streets. How is that, to make a motion to?
Yes.
I'd like to make a motion to send this item back to streets. We can follow up on that on the next.
For a second.
Yeah, can I get a second?
Second.
All in favor?
All in favor?
Aye.
Aye, thank you.
Thank you.
And then the last order of business here is ordinance 26-51 and 26-52, which is alcohol at certain events on city-owned or city-controlled lands and fees for permits for alcohols at certain events on city-owned or city-controlled lands. Also moved here from streets.
So, Mr. Chair, I think your vice chair had some suggestions.
Yes.
Yeah, I saw some amendments. Gary?
Yeah, so on Exhibit A, I made a few tweaks, which we all have copies, so it's highlighted yellow. And in 106203 subsection A2, I changed the last line from 21% down to 14%, because I know there was some concerns about high alcohol content beers. The average wine is 14% or less. Most seltzers are 4 to 6%. So I figured 14% was a little more reasonable. And then under item 3, where it says spiritual liquors, it changed then from 21 to not greater than, or greater than 14% would be deemed a spiritual liquor. And I put cannot be sold on city-sponsored events. So we basically, anything over 14% cannot be sold.
Basically limited to like a strong craft beer or like a wine or something like along those lines.
Well, anything 14% or less,
Yeah.
yes. And then moving down to, guess it would be 106203 subsection B1. B1? C1, thank you. That established by the mayor and where it says applicant timely files an alcohol beverage permit application is established by the mayor and approved by council. I added approved by council. And then under C2, the mayor may issue an alcoholic beverage permit, and if you flip it over, under 1, I added it as organized for not-for-profit and only allowing for-profit organizations giving a percent of the profits to the Chamber of Commerce. So this way, if the Chamber does not want to sponsor an alcohol event, and I'm just gonna throw one out, I think the mayor said like the car show, for example, and I'm just gonna use our local establishment, not say they're gonna do it the Blue Monkey. They go there and they're gonna sell beer somewhere, we'll have to figure out like in the contract, they're just gonna throw a number out there, they're gonna give you say 10% of their net profit. I thought that was a good idea because Chamber makes money, doesn't have to do anything. Because in the city of Strongsville, when they do their concerts in the park, they actually farm out the distribution of alcohol. And that's how they did it. And I said, wow, that makes good sense. So I added that piece into I guess I want to say the ordinance. Those are items that I thought were reasonable and I think everybody could agree to. Plus it benefited the chamber. Does anybody have any questions?
Anybody?
Well, I sent out a questionnaire to people on my newsletter, and a fair number responded, like 72. And there were, I just synopsized the ordinance and in a little paragraph. So 32 out of the 70 were for alcohol at city-sponsored events, and 40 were against. So it was, pretty similar, but more opposed than for. Obviously not a scientific survey, but, something.
I mean, there is still, what I want to say, which I'm sure the chamber realizes doing their work. They have to file that application, it all has to get approved by the state to get their permit, how they're gonna do things, how they're having the stanchions and all that. So it is fairly regulated. It's not like, oh, we're gonna sell beer on the thing and there's somebody standing there with a cooler as you walk in and go, there you go. So there are other regulations they're going to have to adhere to that are done by the state that are out of our control. So, and most of the cities say the biggest, it is an expense, And I know I talked to the chief of police, and, you know, they're working on it, and they have it in the budget, we're gonna need officers there. City of Parma says they're only selling beer in their rib cook-off, they make a lot of money. Strongsville is a little more concerned about their concerts. They say it's starting to get pricey because of all the overtime they have to pay to have their officers, because they do it so many times. So they may change what they're doing, or they may just stop doing it, but that was the person that I spoke to said.
Stop doing.
The concerts because of the price, or stop selling the alcohol at concerts because of the overtime expense, which is.
So if you sell alcohol, you have to have more police.
Yes,
Fine.
we would need other officers there, because we, you know, they have to be, they have to be full-blown officers, they have to have arrest powers, God forbid if something goes awry, because I believe our reserve officers, chief, do not have arrest powers, is that correct?
That's correct.
So even though they're there, they may be able to stop a fight, but they cannot arrest or that, so there's limitations there.
This is just me asking some questions on Beaker. Is there some way we could like have the vendors maybe do like a stamp system, right, where you get like a stamp on your hand, or so you get like two, you only get a maximum of 2 drinks sold by the city, help control.
Well, the city's not controlling.
Or not the city, but.
Does that?
No, but I think he's still saying, is there some way, I'm sorry, but is there some way we can
That would have to be something,
quantify how many they can?
that would have to be something in the application process.
Gotcha, okay, that's just something else.
This is just changing the ordinance to allow it, and what we're going to allow, the application process would, you know.
Okay, thank you very much.
And just to make sure that you're aware, I believe if we were to move forward with it, it would be like a beer tent situation with possibly only one entrance and exit, correct?
That is up to the chamber of how they want to do it. They can have a tent, they could have
I'm getting a
a
nod from-
area, they could have.
We have the chamber president, or the.
Well, it's up to the chamber how they want to do it, but if you're looking at how you're going to do it, from what I've, my research, it has to be a designated area.
Right.
And then only one way, basically in and out.
Right.
But it doesn't have to be like a tent. You
Sure.
could say, I want to use the whole city green, but the whole city green has to be fenced off. So wherever it is, it has to be a designated area, and it has to be fenced off and controlled. So and then that is part of the application process with the state. You have to say it's going to be this, and this is how we're going to do it. So they have their work cut out for them when they file for the petition with the state.
And Mr. Chair, I still have a concern if it's located at the city green in close proximity to the gazebo on where I think the chamber usually has their tent. Again, I say there's no back to the city green. It's bordered by a main road on all 3 sides. So those are my initial concerns. I'm still a little concerned about the 14%. But I like that we're moving in the right direction, but that's my concern. It's just logistically, I just feel.
But they can't, they'll still be in a fenced-in area. I'm not.
I know, but it's the front. It's not, it's the entranceway would be, unless I'm understanding it correctly. Much like I did last time with you when we talked about Julia and I almost had to stand up and like orientate myself. The entranceway potentially for this tent would be onto the concrete pad where they used to have like the dance competition, right in front of the gazebo.
That would be up to the chamber of where they have their open and then their entrance
Wow.
and their egress, and that's up to them.
And then maybe I should expand and say the proximity of it
To say that dance area.
to the gazebo gives me some concern. Is that?
You may be able to
I may.
work with the chamber of where you would feel more comfortable having the open.
That's what I'm saying. I don't know where on the city green I would be comfortable. I mean, if you put it in the parking lot, you're taking up parking lot space. And I've walked the city green. I was there
I think
Sunday.
We've all walked the city green at the festival.
Recently. Fair enough, Councilman, fair enough. I just can't envision where this would be. So that's where I'm coming from. I want to be transparent. That's where I'm coming from. And I also just get how you operationalize this. Those are my concerns at this time.
Are you concerned, if you don't mind me asking, with the ordinance itself? Just the logistics? I just wanna know where your head's at, if you don't mind answering.
I don't mind at all. The 14%, I don't know, I feel as if I still have questions. I just don't want to rush this because you can't put this genie back in the bottle.
That's fair.
So maybe we can keep this on the agenda for more discussion then before we.
Well, I have tons of questions.
Yeah, there's more questions.
I was gonna say we
I don't think we're done discussing.
That's great, sorry, I got it.
And we might
just-
need to give the chamber kind of some direction because it's May and they're looking to do this in July.
Chair, is it fair to say we're still deliberating as a council and then we'll open it up to the floor? I just see
Yeah.
some hands.
That's fine, yeah.
So just to the public, just give us a few minutes to continue deliberating and then we'll open it up to the public.
One of the things we have to remember if we do want to move forward with this application has to be into the state for the chamber, not us passing it. A minimum of 30 days, and hopefully they agree on everything or the chamber won't be able to use it. Most cities that I've spoken with try to get their stuff in 60 days in advance in case it gets kicked back. So, not saying, you're right, I'm not saying, Mr. Council President, we have to push this through, but that's something that I'm sure the chamber has in the back of their mind, or, we as a council, however we decide to move forward, if we're just going to table this, we have that right if we want to tweak it and add some other language. I don't know if we can do it on the fly here. Oh, you're fine. Or if, we want to tweak it and then move it into, we'll say streets in 2 weeks to get it pushed through.
Okay.
Because then literally in 2 weeks, it will be May and it'll be pushing their 60 days.
60 days is about May 3rd, just awareness.
Guys are awesome.
Excuse me, to May 6th.
You guys sticking around?
The fifth.
So we're all set.
Which is also why planning commission backed up to a Thursday. That's from what my research.
So from my research, this is what I have.
I should have.
No, I can't.
People should have really good on there. So I'll just think of something.
Issues with the logistics, but
I'll get it over to you.
that would be something that either you'd have to work with the chamber on it, or we.
And there's still like 14 people.
This isn't really rewriting legislation about egress and egress and all that. This is just basic alcohol on the.
But that's some of my questions because we are new to doing this and
Right.
I still feel like there's a lot of vagueness in this ordinance, the way that it's written. And I'll just start with a couple of my questions, in section 3C at the.
Thank you. Mayor's report.
Yes, I do have a report this evening. First, let me address the one that's on here, Nicole Farringer. We're still finalizing the update on that one, so that'll be down the road. But the other thing I do want to report, take a few minutes here. I moved to North Royalton in 2001 and came out of retirement to start working in the rec department soon after. A short time later, in 2005, I was appointed to my first term as councilman for Ward 5. Over the last 20 years, this community went on to elect me 7 times to serve them and our city. I have always valued the trust you placed in me and never worked for a political agenda, but instead with honesty, integrity, and fairness. I have worked to move North Royalton forward in a positive direction in each position I have held. As a community of neighbors, we have shared many memories together throughout my time in leadership. I wanted to reflect on some of the positive initiatives and accomplishments over the past few years. We were able to complete the new senior center, which gains membership every week and is a source of pride as we treat our seniors with the respect that they have earned. The financial health of our city has never been stronger, continuing to earn praise from the state auditor. Our streets have been upgraded and maintained, and new projects are currently underway. We are also in the process of upgrading landscaping throughout the city property. We have implemented a number of new city-sponsored events that are free for the community to enjoy, such as Halloween Madness, Park-a-Paloozas, and summer movie nights. With recent improvements, Our parks continue to see increased usage for residents to enjoy all forms of entertainment and recreation. We put in a splash pad, a walking path, upgraded basketball and tennis courts, and a new pavilion and pickleball courts. Over the years, we have successfully secured millions of dollars in grants to help with several of these city projects so that we could enhance our city for the residents without raising taxpayer dollars. As I look back with pride at the progress we made during my time in leadership, I am now looking ahead to what the future holds. As some of you already know, I had an unexpected life-threatening medical event that necessitated immediate major surgery earlier this year. Unfortunately, my recovery has not gone as smoothly as we had hoped. Although I have continued to try to conduct business as usual, I am not able to devote the same time and energy that I have always had over the last 20 years. After careful thought and input from my healthcare team, my best chance at a full recovery will require me to retire early. This is not an easy decision, but it is the right decision for me and my family. My last day as your mayor will be April 30th. As I retire from leadership here, I do so with a grateful heart, knowing all of the positive changes we were able to accomplish. I would like to thank the residents for their support, friendship, and trust over the years. I truly value the relationships I have built with many of you. It's been a privilege to serve this community, and I hope to see it continue to move forward. That concludes my report.
Department heads?
No report this evening.
This might be my last one. So under my report, as a reminder, our next meeting will be Wednesday, May 6th, because of Election Day on Tuesday, May 5th. I will make a motion to hold an executive session immediately following the regular order of business to consider the appointment, employment, dismissal, discipline, promotion, demotion, or compensation of a public employee or official, or the investigation of charges or complaints against a public employee, official, licensee, or regulated individual unless the public employee, official, licensee, or regulated individual requests a public hearing. Is there a second?
Second.
Moved and seconded. Will the clerk of council please call the roll?
Mr. Petrusky?
Yes.
Ms. Boyslaw?
Yes.
Ms. Gorgians?
Yes.
Ms. Green?
Yes.
Mr. Singer?
Yes.
Mr. Marnichek?
Yes.
Mr. Coleman?
Yes.
And we'll hold an executive session. I just want to clarify something real quick. I did not clap because he was resigning. I was not celebrating. I don't want the narrative to look that way. I've known Larry Antoskiewicz for a very long time, and as I said with Councilman Waz, anytime someone puts their family or their health first, I'll support that. So I just want to make sure we're all still processing this, but I don't want any narrative to be that I was celebrating that Mayor Antoskiewicz was stepping aside. Is that?
I think we.
I know, but I just.
I think we all had the same intention with the clap.
But I want to make sure, given, and maybe I'm being overly something because it's been a long night, I just want to make sure that that no one watching this, reading this, et cetera, is drawing a conclusion that I was celebrating. It was more an acknowledgement of his service to the community.
Understood and agreed.
And I hope that did not, and I hope that didn't come across as shrill, and maybe I'm babbling. That's what it is.
It was definitely a shock.
Yes.
Yeah, and I did not know it was coming. So I don't want anyone to think that this was fake. I did not know Mayor was stepping aside, but we will get through it. Committee reports, building and building codes, Councilwoman Green.
Thank you, Mr. President. We met tonight. We will meet again on May 19th.
Well, I'm sorry, just to take a step back, I apologize. I will work with the council clerk as well as the law director to figure out a timetable of next steps. So just if everyone can bear with us on this, we'll get through it. We'll get through it. We'll get through it.
May 19th?
Finance, Councilman Petrusky.
Thank you, Mr. President. Finance met tonight. Meeting minutes will be out shortly. Our next meeting is on the 19th of May. That concludes my report.
Review and oversight, Councilwoman Gorgians.
Thank you, Mr. President. Review and oversight will meet on June 16th.
Safety, Councilman
So we met, we met tonight, and the next meeting will be on the 19th, May 19th.
It needs to be updated.
Yeah. That it does. Stormwater, Councilwoman Waislaw.
Thank you. We will meet on May 6th. I can say that the Edgerton Road driveways and lawn mitigation is in full swing and should be done shortly. Thank God.
Awesome. Streets, me. Streets next meets May 6th. Public is welcome to attend. Utilities, Councilman Coleman.
Thank you, Mr. Council President. Utilities Committee met earlier this month at the March 7th council meeting and will meet again on May 6th. I'll go ahead and jump ahead to the Board of Zoning Appeals. We'll meet here at City Hall on Thursday at 7 p.m. on April 23rd.
All right, Councilwoman Green, Planning Commission.
Yes, we will meet on Thursday, May 7th, due to Election Day.
And Recreation Board, Councilwoman Gorgians.
Thank you. Rec Board will meet next Tuesday, April 28th at 6 p.m. here.
All right, public discussion, 5-minute maximum on current legislative items only. I believe the gentleman had wanted to speak on ordinance 26-71. Sir, do you still wish to speak?
There's no need unless questions asked.
Would you mind,
He just wants to know if we're going to vote on it.
Yeah, he just wants to know if we're going to pass 71.
I know, but I didn't want to,
Did you bring a pillow in there?
all right, sir.
Yeah. Ryan Linker from Pulte Homes. I live in Lakewood, 14.
Are you the developer?
Yeah.
Oh, okay, now it makes sense.
Yeah.
I'm sorry.
Just looking for approval of the plat.
Is there anything you want to highlight for us on it or anything in particular?
Not necessarily. We went through Planning Commission. Was recommended for approval. We're looking forward to starting our model and start selling homes there.
Okay.
And there were no concerns at Planning Commission.
Thank you.
Yep.
So just so you're aware, I will ask if there's any discussion when we get to that point in the agenda. Right?
Okay.
So in other words, no discussion, so we can
I
get
understand.
home before we wake the rooster up on the way out of here.
Okay. Third reading, ordinance 26-51.
Ordinance 26-51, introduced by the mayor. An ordinance to repeal the codified ordinances of the City of North Royalton, Part 10, Streets, Utilities, and Public Service, Chapter 1062, Municipal Parks and Recreational Facilities, Section 1062.01, Rules and Regulations, lowercase d, alcohol, and establishing a new Section 1062.03, intoxicating beverages, and declaring an emergency.
This will remain on third reading. That takes us to ordinance 26-52.
Ordinance 26-52, introduced by the mayor, an ordinance amending the codified ordinances of the City of North Royalton, Part 2, Administrative Code, Chapter 214, General Fee Schedule, establishing a new Section 214.12, fees to be charged for intoxicating beverages at certain events on city-owned or city-controlled lands, established by codified ordinances, Section 1062.03, and declaring an emergency.
This will also remain on third reading. Second reading, ordinance 26-61.
Ordinance 26-61, introduced by Mr. Marnichek, Mr. Coleman, Mr. Petrusky, Ms. Waislaw, Ms. Gorgians, Ms. Green. An ordinance accepting the proposal of the Cuyahoga County Planning Commission to conduct the North Royalton 2026 redistricting study and declaring an emergency.
I move to suspend the rules requiring three readings and refer to the committee. Is there a second?
Second.
Moved and second. Will the clerk of council please call the roll?
Ms. Waislaw?
Yes.
Ms. Gorgians?
Yes.
Ms. Green?
Yes.
Mr. Singer?
Yes.
Mr. Marnichek?
Yes.
Mr. Coleman?
Yes.
Mr. Petrusky?
Yes.
Is there any discussion? Hearing none, the rules have been suspended, and I move to adopt ordinance 26-61. Is there a second?
Second.
Moved and second. Will the clerk of council please call the roll?
Ms. Gorgiance?
Yes.
Ms. Green?
Yes.
Mr. Singer?
Yes.
Mr. Marnichek?
Yes.
Mr. Coleman?
Yes.
Mr. Petrusky?
Yes.
Ms. Waisla?
Yes.
Ordinance 26-61 has been adopted. Ordinance 26-62.
Ordinance 26-62, introduced by Mr. Petrusky, Ms. Gorgiance. An ordinance authorizing the mayor to execute an agreement for the purchase of one 2026 Chevrolet Silverado 2500 for the North Royalton Fire Department for an amount not to exceed $50,036. Vendor Tim Lally Chevrolet Incorporated, and declaring an emergency.
I move to suspend the rules requiring 3 readings and referral to committee. Is there a second?
Second.
Moved and second. Will the clerk of council please call the roll?
Ms. Green?
Yes.
Mr. Singer?
Yes.
Mr. Marnichek?
Yes.
Mr. Coleman?
Yes.
Mr. Petrusky?
Yes.
Ms. Waisla?
Yes.
Ms. Gorgiance?
Yes.
Is there any discussion?
Chief, do we get to drive this once? The lights and sirens on? You're no fun.
He's tired.
Pardon? Oh! Wow, next time I show up, you better have the hot dogs at that fire. So you have for the chili.
Come on.
All right, the rules have been suspended, and I will make a motion to adopt ordinance 26-62. Is there a second?
Second.
Moved and second. Will the clerk of council please call the roll?
Mr. Singer?
Yes.
Mr. Marnichek?
Yes.
Mr. Coleman?
Yes.
Mr. Petrusky?
Yes.
Ms. Waisla?
Yes.
Ms. Gorgiance?
Yes.
Ms. Green?
Yep.
Ordinance 26-62 has been adopted. Ordinance 26-63.
Ordinance 26-63, introduced by the mayor, an ordinance amending the original agreement and contract to ordinance 24-69 with the International Association of Professional Firefighters, AFL-CIO, Local 2156, by entering into a memorandum of understanding and declaring an emergency.
I move to suspend the rules requiring 3 readings and referral to committee. Is there a
Second.
second? Moved and second. Will the clerk of council please call the roll?
Mr. Marnichek?
Yes.
Mr. Coleman?
Yes.
Mr. Petrusky?
Yep.
Ms. Waisla?
Yep.
Ms. Gorgiance?
Yes.
Ms. Green?
Yes.
Mr. Singer?
Yes.
Any discussion? Hearing none, the rules have been suspended. I move to adopt ordinance 26-63. Is there a second?
Second.
Moved and second. Will the clerk of council please call the roll?
Mr. Coleman?
Yes.
Mr. Petrusky? Ms. Waisla?
Yes.
Ms. Gorgiance?
Yes.
Green?
Yep.
Mr. Singer?
Yes.
Mr. Marnichek?
Yes. Ordinance 26-63 has been adopted. Ordinance 26-64.
Ordinance 26-64, introduced by Mr. Marnichek, Ms. Waisla, Ms. Green. An ordinance accepting the bid of Kokosing Materials Incorporated for the purchase of asphalt for the 2026 season through the Joint Municipal Improvement Consortium as the lowest and best bid, and declaring an emergency.
I move to suspend the rules requiring 3 readings and referral to committee. Is there a second?
Second.
Moved and second. Will the clerk of council please call the roll? Want me to do it?
Like an auctioneer.
Want me to do it?
Mr. Petrusky?
Yep.
Ms. Waisla?
Yes.
Oh, my gosh. Ms.
Oh.
Green?
Yes.
Oh, me?
Yes. Ms.
Just go down the line, just everybody say yes.
Mr. Singer? Mr.
Yes.
Marnichek?
Yes.
Mr. Coleman?
Yes.
Is there any discussion? Hearing none, the rules have been suspended. I'll move to adopt ordinance 26-64. Second.
Second.
Moved and second. Will the clerk of council please call the roll?
Ms. Waisla?
Yes.
Ms. Gorgiance?
Yes.
Ms. Green?
Yes.
Mr. Singer?
Yes.
Mr. Marnichek? Mr. Coleman?
Yes.
Mr. Petrusky?
Yep.
Ordinance 26-64 has been adopted. Ordinance 26-65.
Ordinance 26-65, introduced by Mr. Coleman, Mr. Petrusky. An ordinance accepting the bid of and authorizing a contract with Bonded Chemicals for ferric chloride for the North Royalton wastewater department as the lowest and best bid, in an amount not to exceed $1,199 per dry ton delivered, and declaring an emergency.
I move to suspend the rules requiring 3 readings and referral to committee. Is there a second?
Second.
Moved and second. Will the clerk of council please call the roll?
Ms. Gorgiance?
Yes.
Ms. Green?
Yes.
Mr. Singer?
Yes.
Mr. Marnichek?
Yes.
Mr. Coleman?
Yes.
Mr. Petrusky?
Yep.
Ms. Waisla?
Yes.
Is there any discussion? The rules have been suspended. I move to adopt ordinance 26-65. Is there a second?
Second.
Moved and second. Will the clerk of council please call the roll?
Ms. Green?
Yes.
Mr. Singer?
Yes.
Mr. Marnichek?
Yes.
Mr. Coleman?
Yes.
Mr. Petrusky?
Yes.
Ms. Waisla?
Yes.
Ms. Gorgiance?
Yes.
Ordinance 26-65 has been adopted. Ordinance 26-66.
Ordinance 26-66, introduced by Mr. Coleman, Mr. Petrusky, an ordinance authorizing the mayor to apply for a loan from the Water Pollution Control Fund, WPCLF, on behalf of the city of Royalton for construction of wastewater treatment plants A and B improvement project in an amount estimated about $1,020,000, and declaring an emergency.
Move to suspend the rules requiring 3 readings and referral to committee. Is there a second?
Second.
Moved and second. Will the clerk of council please call the roll?
Mr. Singer?
Yes.
Mr. Marnichek?
Yes.
Mr. Coleman?
Yes.
Mr. Petrusky?
Yes.
Ms. Waisla?
Yes.
Ms. Gorgiance?
Yes.
Ms. Green?
Yes.
Is there any discussion? Hearing none, the rules have been suspended. I move to adopt ordinance 26-66. Is there a second?
Second.
Moved and second. Will the clerk of council please call the roll?
Mr. Marnichek?
Yes.
Mr. Coleman?
Yes.
Petrusky?
Yep.
Ms. Waisla?
Yes.
Ms. Gorgiance?
Yes.
Ms. Green?
Yes.
Mr. Singer?
Yes.
Ordinance 26-66 has been adopted. Ordinance 26-67.
Ordinance 26-67, introduced by Mr. Coleman, Mr. Petrusky, an ordinance authorizing an increase for the wastewater department on purchase orders from the present maximum of $70,000 to a new maximum with vendor Buckeye Pumps in accord with Ohio Revised Code 5705.41, capital D, and declaring an emergency.
I move to suspend the rules requiring 3 readings and referral to committee. Is there a second?
Second.
Moved in second. Will the clerk of council please call the roll?
Mr. Coleman?
Yes.
Mr. Petrusky?
Yes.
Ms. Waisla?
Yes.
Ms. Gurgiance?
Yes.
Ms. Green?
Yes.
Mr. Singer?
Yes.
Mr. Marnichek?
Yes. Is there any discussion? All right, the rules have been suspended. I move to adopt ordinance 26-67. Is there a second?
Second.
Moved in second. Will the clerk of council please call the roll?
Mr. Petrusky?
Yep.
Ms. Waisla?
Yes.
Ms. Gurgiance?
Yes.
Yes.
Singer?
Yes.
Mr. Marnichek?
Yes.
Mr. Coleman?
Yes.
Ordinance 26-67 has been adopted. Ordinance 26-68.
Ordinance 26-68, introduced by the mayor, an ordinance to amend Article 1, Powers of the Charter of the City of North Royalton in accord with the authority of Article 18, miscellaneous section lowercase g, and declaring an emergency.
No, I was just taking a moment to look at if there's anything maybe we want to put on second reading. News. Please place this on third reading. Ordinance 26-69.
Ordinance 26-69, introduced by the mayor, an ordinance to amend Article 7, Police and Fire Department of the Charter of the City of North Royalton by deleting obsolete language pertaining to appointments, full-time firefighter, and declaring an emergency.
Please place this on third reading. That takes us to first reading. And just as a clarification, the reason Councilman Singer's name is on these as the sponsor is because they came after he was appointed. So just a little bit of a clarification. That takes us to ordinance 26-70.
Ordinance 26-70, introduced by the mayor, an ordinance amending the city fixed asset manual effective January 1, 2026, nunc pro tunc, for the purpose of raising the minimum threshold of control assets defined as tangible assets to $1,000, establishing estimated lives for depreciation, and declaring an emergency.
I move to suspend the rules requiring 3 readings and referral to the committee. Is there a second?
Second.
Moved and second. Will the clerk of council please call the roll?
Ms. Waisla?
Yes.
Ms. Gurgiance?
Yes.
Green?
Yes.
Singer?
Yes.
Mr. Marnichek? Mr. Coleman?
Yes.
Mr. Petrusky?
Yes.
Any discussion? The rules have been suspended, and I move to adopt ordinance 26-70. Is there a second?
Second.
Moved and second. Will the clerk of council please call the roll?
Ms. Gurgiance?
Yes.
Ms. Green?
Yes.
Mr. Singer?
Yes.
Mr. Marnichek?
Yes.
Mr. Coleman?
Yes.
Mr. Petrusky?
Yes.
Ms. Waisla?
Yes.
Ordinance 26-70 has been adopted. Ordinance 26-71.
Ordinance 26-71, introduced by Ms. Green, Mr. Coleman, Mr. Singer, and the mayor. An ordinance accepting final plat approval and dedication of Valley Vista Circle within Valley Vista subdivision and declaring an emergency.
I will make a motion to suspend. I move to suspend the rules requiring 3 readings and referral to committee. Is there a second?
Second.
Moved and second. Will the clerk of council please call the roll?
Ms. Green?
Yes.
Mr. Singer?
Yes.
Mr. Marnichek?
Yes.
Mr. Coleman?
Yes.
Mr. Petrusky?
Yes.
Ms. Waisla?
Yes.
Ms. Gurgiance?
Yes.
Is there any discussion? Am I okay? All right. The rules have been suspended. I move to adopt ordinance 26-71. Is there a second?
Second.
Moved and second. Will the clerk of council please call the roll?
Mr. Singer?
Yes.
Mr. Marnichek? Mr.
Yes.
Coleman?
Yes.
Mr. Petrusky?
Yes.
Ms. Waisla?
Yes.
Gurgiance?
Yes.
Ms. Green?
Yes.
Ordinance 26-71 has been adopted. Travel safely, sir.
Thanks for sticking it out.
Yeah, that was a marathon, man.
Sticking it out. Good job. You going there tonight?
Wake up the rooster.
You start- All right. 26-71 has been adopted. Ordinance 26-72.
Ordinance 26-72, introduced by the mayor, an ordinance authorizing the finance director upon the issuance of a certificate of availability of funds to pay certain purchase orders made that exceeded $3,000 per ORC 5705.41, capital D, and declaring an emergency.
I move to suspend the rules requiring 3 readings and referral to the committee. Is there a second?
Second.
Moved and second. Will the clerk of council please call the roll?
Mr. Marnichek?
Yes.
Mr. Coleman?
Yes.
Mr. Petrusky?
Yes.
Ms. Waisla?
Yes.
Ms. Gurgiance?
Yes.
Ms. Green?
Yes.
Mr. Singer?
Yes. Is there any discussion? Hearing none, the rules have been suspended. I move to adopt ordinance 26-72. Is there a second?
Second.
Moved and second. Will the clerk of council please call the roll?
Mr. Coleman?
Yes.
Petrusky?
Yes.
Ms. Waisla?
Yes.
Ms. Gurgiance?
Yes.
Ms. Green?
Yes.
Mr. Singer?
Yes.
Mr. Marnichek?
Yes. Ordinance 26-72 has been adopted. Ordinance 26-73.
Ordinance 26-73, introduced by the mayor, an ordinance amending the original appropriation ordinance 25-155, as amended by ordinance 26-22, 26-34, and 26-53 for the fiscal year ending December 31, 2026, by transferring appropriations and making additional appropriations and declaring an emergency.
I move to suspend the rules requiring 3 readings and referral to the committee. Is there a second?
Second.
Moved and second. Will the clerk council please call the roll?
Mr. Petrusky?
Yes.
Ms. Waislaw?
Yes.
Ms. Gurgiance?
Yes.
Ms. Green?
Yes.
Mr. Singer?
Yes.
Mr. Marnachek?
Yes.
Mr. Coleman?
Yes.
Is there any discussion? The rules have been suspended, and I move to adopt ordinance 26-73. Is there a second?
Second.
Moved and second. Will the clerk of council please call the roll?
Ms. Waislaw?
Yes.
Ms. Gurgiance?
Yes.
Ms. Green?
Yes.
Mr. Singer?
Yes.
Mr. Marnachek?
Yes.
Mr. Coleman?
Yes.
Trustee?
Yes.
Ordinance 26-73 has been approved or adopted. Ordinance 26-74.
Ordinance 26-74, introduced by Mr. Marnachek, Ms. Waislaw, and Ms. Green. An ordinance authorizing the mayor and finance director to purchase through Sourcewell salt storage structure for the use of the service department in an amount not to exceed $323,284.10, all pursuant to Ohio Revised Code Section 125.04, capital C, without public bidding, and declaring an emergency.
I move to suspend the rules requiring 3 readings and referral to the committee.
Second.
It's moved and second. Will the clerk of council please call the roll?
Gurgiance?
Yes.
Ms. Green?
Yes.
Mr. Singer?
Yes.
Mr. Marnachek? Mr. Coleman?
Yes.
Mr. Petrusky?
Yes.
Ms. Waislaw?
Yes.
Okay, any discussion? Hearing none, I make a motion to, I move to I'm doing
Move to
something.
suspend
The
the
rules have been
rules.
suspended. I move to adopt ordinance 26-74. Is there a second?
Second.
Moved and second. Will the clerk of council please call the roll?
Ms. Green?
Yes.
Mr. Singer?
Yes.
Mr. Marnachek?
Yes.
Mr. Coleman?
Yes.
Mr. Petrusky?
Yes.
Ms. Waislaw?
Yes.
Ms. Gurgiance?
Yes.
Ordinance 26-74 has been adopted. I need to ask the law director a quick question. I'm in uncharted territory here, sir. We're about to hit midnight. Are we still able to? Thank you. Thank you. Thank you, law director.
Thank you, sir.
Ordinance 26-75.
Ordinance 26-75, introduced by Mr. Marnachek, Ms. Waislaw, and Ms. Green. An ordinance authorizing the mayor to enter into an agreement with Crossroads Asphalt Recycling Incorporated for asphalt to be used for the salt storage structure for the use of the service department in an amount not to exceed $47,360 pursuant to Ohio Revised Code Section 125.04, capital C, without public bidding, and declaring an emergency.
I move to suspend the rules requiring 3 readings and referral to committee. Is there a second?
Second.
Moved and second. Will the clerk of council please call the roll?
Mr. Singer?
Yes.
Mr. Marnachek?
Yes.
Mr. Coleman?
Yes.
Mr. Petrusky?
Yes.
Ms. Waislaw?
Yes.
Ms. Gurgiance?
Yes.
Ms. Green?
Yes.
So just so everyone knows, I've got some physical therapists in the room. I'm just standing.
Physical therapist.
Well, we might have some amateur physical therapists in the room.
Oh, all right.
I'm just standing due to physical condition.
Talk less, stand more.
Thank you. I
Okay,
really
ordinance-
appreciate that.
Should we all stay?
Moved in second. Will the clerk of council please, would you already do that?
Yes.
All right, is there any discussion? Hearing none, the rules have been suspended, and I move to adopt ordinance 26-75. Is there a second?
Second.
Moved in second. Will the clerk of council please call the roll?
Mr. Marnachek?
Yes.
Mr. Coleman?
Yes.
Petrusky?
Yes.
Ms. Waislaw?
Yes.
Vance?
Yes.
Green?
Yes.
Mr. Singer?
Yes. Ordinance 26-75 has been adopted. Ordinance 26-76.
Ordinance 26-76, introduced by Mr. Marnachek, Mr. Coleman, Mr. Petrusky, Ms. Waislaw, Ms. Gurgiance, Ms. Green, Mr. Singer, and the mayor. An ordinance establishing the salaries for the president of council and members of council.
Please place this on second reading. Is it still in the finance committee?
Yes.
Ordinance 26-77. Thank you for the confirmation. Ordinance 26-77.
Ordinance 26-77, introduced by Ms. Green, Mr. Coleman, Mr. Singer. An ordinance authorizing the mayor to accept a grant from the Northeast Ohio Area-Wide Coordinating Agencies Transportation for Livable Communities Initiative, TLCI, Implementation Program in the amount of $230,978, which approved funding for state road sidewalks from Turnpike Bridge to Valley Parkway and declaring an emergency.
I move to suspend the rules requiring 3 readings and referral to committee. Is there a second?
Second.
Moved in second. Will the clerk of council please call the roll?
Mr. Coleman?
Yes.
Mr. Petrusky?
Yes.
Ms. Waislaw?
Yes.
Ms. Gurgiance?
Yes.
Ms. Green?
Yep.
Mr. Singer?
Yes.
Mr. Marnachek?
Yes. Any discussion? Hearing none, the rules have been suspended. I move to adopt ordinance 26-77. Is there a second?
Second.
Moved in second. Will the clerk of council please call the roll?
Mr. Petrusky?
Yes.
Ms. Waislaw? Ms.
Yes.
Gurgiance?
Yes.
Ms. Green?
Yes.
Mr. Singer?
Yes.
Mr. Marnachek?
Yes.
Mr. Coleman?
Yes.
Ordinance 26-77 has been adopted. Good morning, council. Ordinance 26-78.
An ordinance, Ordinance 26-78, introduced the mayor and co-sponsored by Mr. Marnichek, an ordinance amending the staffing and classification plan for various departments of the city of North Royalton, repealing ordinance 26-27, and declaring an emergency.
I move to suspend the rules requiring 3 readings and refer to the committee. Is there a second? Moved and second. Will the clerk of council please call the roll?
Ms. Wastelaw?
Yes.
Ms. Gurgiance? Ms.
Yes.
Green? Mr.
Yes.
Singer?
Yes.
Mr. Marnichek?
Yes.
Mr. Coleman?
Yes.
Mr. Petrusky?
Yes.
Any discussion? Hearing none, the rules have been suspended. I move to adopt ordinance 26-78. Is there a second?
Second.
Moved and second. Will the clerk of council play the roll?
Ms. Gurgiance?
Yes.
Green?
Yes.
Mr. Singer?
Yes.
Mr. Marnichek?
Yes.
Mr. Coleman?
Yes.
Mr. Petrusky?
Yes.
Ms. Wastelaw?
Yes.
Ordinance 26-78 has been adopted. Resolution 26-79.
Resolution 26-79, introduced by the mayor, a resolution adopting the document containing the alternative tax budget information for the city of North Royalton for the fiscal year beginning January 1, 2027, and submitting the same to the auditor of Cuyahoga County, Ohio, declaring an emergency.
I move to suspend the rules requiring 3 readings and refer to the committee. Is there a second?
Second.
Moved and second. Will the clerk of council please call the roll?
Ms. Green?
Yes.
Mr. Singer?
Yes.
Mr. Marnichek?
Yes.
Mr. Coleman?
Yes.
Mr. Petrusky?
Yep.
Ms. Wastelaw?
Yes.
Ms. Gurgiance?
Yes.
Is there any discussion? Hearing none, the rules have been suspended. I move to adopt resolution 26-79. Is there a second?
Second.
Moved and second. Will the clerk of council please call the roll?
Mr. Singer?
Yes.
Mr. Marnichek?
Yes.
Mr. Coleman?
Yes.
Mr. Petrusky?
Yes.
Ms. Wastelaw?
Yes.
Ms. Gurgiance?
Yes.
Ms. Green?
Yes.
Resolution 26-79 has been adopted. Resolution 26-80.
Resolution 26-80, introduced by the mayor, a resolution authorizing the submission of an application on behalf of the city of North Royalton for community development block grant funding in the amount of $200,000 for fiscal year 2026, accepting said grant if awarded, requesting the 2026 Cuyahoga County Special Municipal Grant Program to participate in the program and declaring an emergency.
I move to suspend the rules requiring 3 readings and refer to the committee. Is there a second?
Second.
Moved and second. Will the clerk of council please call the roll?
Mr. Marnichek?
Yes.
Mr. Coleman?
Yes.
Mr. Petrusky?
Yes.
Ms. Wastelaw?
Yes.
Gantz?
Yes.
Green? Mr.
Yes.
Singer?
Yes. Is there any discussion? Hearing none, the rules have been suspended, and I move to adopt resolution 26-80. Is there a second?
Second.
Moved and second. Will the clerk of council please call the roll?
Mr. Coleman?
Yes.
Petrusky?
Yes.
Ms. Wastelaw?
Yes.
Ms. Gurgiance? Ms. Green?
Yes.
Yes.
Mr. Singer?
Yes.
Mr. Marnichek?
Or resolution 26-80 has been adopted. Miscellaneous?
None.
I promise executive session will only be about 5 minutes, guys. Just give me 5 minutes. All right, I move to recess into executive session. Consider the appointment, employment, dismissal, discipline, promotion, demotion, or compensation of a public employee official, or the investigation of charges or complaints against a public employee official, licensee, regulated individual, unless the public employee official, licensee, regulated individual requests a public hearing per Ohio Revised Code, section 121.22, subsections G1. Is there a second?
Second.
Second, will the clerk of council please call the roll?
Mr. Petrusky?
Yes.
Wastelaw?
Yes.
Ms. Gurgiance?
Yes.
Green?
Yes.
Singer?
Yes.
Marnichek?
Yes.
Coleman?
Yes.
All right, we will be adjourning into executive session. If I could politely ask the public, this will take.
I love you, Mary. I'm sorry.
Not,
Yeah, I'll meet you in the car.
Time?
at 12:02 a.m. So if I could politely ask